Good afternoon. Here, I'm gonna turn the volume down a little bit. You have said your school tomorrow. Yeah, Sunday Scaries. I did. It's a cute one. That's a cute card, Michaela. I like that one. That one's a cute one. That one's a cute one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But yes, hello, hello. I hope you guys are doing well. Went for a walk, got coffee. Wait, I love that. Hi, Care Bear. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, happy Sunday. I hope you guys are having a good day. I had a chill morning. I got some Pokemon cards. I recorded a video, so I made it. The excuse of me opening Pokemon cards was I did it for a video. So that's what I did this morning. I made content. I made a video, and then I had some breakfast and chilled and had like a lazy morning. Had a lazy morning, otherwise, which was kind of nice. But I hope you guys are doing well. Hi, Vandover, welcome in. And now I'm just here to yap with y'all and figure out what we're gonna do today. I have no idea. Today's gonna be, I think, a chiller, shorter stream, just like a little vibey moment. I don't know what I want to play. I was like thinking we could play that retro rewind game. I'd have to buy it, but that retro rewind game that everyone's been like, oh, you need to play this game. I thought we could maybe play that for a little bit. And do our thing and kind of just hang out. But I don't know. Ooh, I feel like it's been 18 years since we have played a simulator game. I feel like it's been 18 years since we've done that. Can we play one day, do a chat for? Sorry, I don't understand your question, TTV. Hi, Gevy, how are you? Do a chat, you mean Fortnite? We did Fortnite on Friday, right? We did Fortnite on Friday. On Friday. Went to do birthday parties last night, and I am drained. Oh my God, that's so fun. And there was karaoke. Oh, okay, Batty. Did you sing anything at karaoke? Probably tomorrow, Core. Either tomorrow or Tuesday. I'm like kind of meh on Minecraft. Like I am enjoying it, but I'm also not enjoying it. So I need to find a way to, I don't know. I'm not sure yet what I got to do to enjoy Minecraft a little bit more. I'm kind of just like, it's weird that I haven't been enjoying it as much as I was. So I'm like not avoiding playing it, but I'm like, I just kind of get bored of it so easy. I'm like, I need to like find something to do while we're doing it to keep it fresh. I think, I really want to do like an SMP with other people. You know what I mean? I feel I have something kind of in the works. Oh, TTV, I don't really do the viewer stuff. I'm so sorry, friend. At least right now, at least it's too much for me to do right now. Maybe, but you can redeem a viewer game by watching with your channel points. You finally saw Project Hail Mary. I love that. Yeah, I think for me, it's like, I want to do like an SMP because I think then I can interact with other people. I think part of it is just like, I feel like it can be with Minecraft. For me, it's like it gets very repetitive each time. You know what I mean? It's like each stream, I feel like I say that as we play Fortnite and go in and die every 5 seconds, and it's the same match. But you know what I mean? I feel like it can feel a little repetitive sometimes, where I'm like, I need more of a, I don't know. Like, I feel like an SMP would be so fun. So I'm like trying to figure that out a little bit. And you're so fine, TTV. No, we do have a redeem for a viewer game when we do it. So you're always welcome to do that. And then sometimes we do viewer games, but I don't promise them. You know what I mean? Because they just, otherwise I get like, it's a very like trying to organize it as a nightmare situation. Oh, how about we do karaoke stream? Girl, now hold on. I did, which, yes. Yesterday I kind of hung out with my mom. It was, again, yesterday I kind of had a chill day too. It was kind of, both were kind of chill days. Or at least yesterday was a chill day as well, which was nice. I did get some like little things done, but I kind of just hung out a little bit. Which was kind of fun. I got caught up on The Boys, so I watched The Boys, which was good. So I did that yesterday. Watched the first 2 episodes of that, and yeah. Would you ever play the? I am thinking about playing it. Yes, it comes out on I believe the 16th. If my brain is correct, on the 16th, I think it comes out. And I'm thinking of playing it on the 16th when it releases. I think we will be playing it on the 16th if that's whatever day it releases. I know it's this week. I think we're going to play that on then. I think that's Thursday. I'm pretty sure it's Thursday. That is Disco. I've heard of that one before. Have you played Stardew? I have played Stardew. I like Stardew. I feel like there's more to do. But the thing with Stardew, I always get when we get to like, it's kind of like Minecraft in that it can be very slow. And also I'm like, damn, okay, girl, I planted everything. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, I planted. I fell in love. It's summer. It's the first summer. Like I really I watch people who have like years on one save, and I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Josh, thank you for the follow. I have played Sea of Thieves, yeah. Have you heard of Hades? I've played both those games. Yeah, I played them not on stream. I played them off stream, but I like them both. They're fun. They're fun ones. They are fun ones for sure. I do like them quite a bit. I do. But yeah, otherwise we posted a new Pokemon card opening video today. I'm working on some other content ideas. I'm possibly pondering with the idea of starting a separate channel for Pokemon specifically, but I'm not sure yet. I have not decided yet. I'm still kind of like in the air about that. Just sort of tiny bookshop, and it's super cute. I've played that one before too. That's a fun one. Which I thought was kind of fun, but I did do a little Sunday pack opening. Hopefully my opening of the packs are a little bit better than what they were. You're bi? No, I'm gay. I feel like I got a little bit better at opening them. The funny thing is because I have ADHD and I take my Adderall, my hands just naturally shake. So when I was like trying to open cards today, and like record it, I was like, oh my God, my hand is literally shaking. I was like, girl, I was like, holy cow. It's like literally shaking right now. Which that's literally just because of my ADHD. My hand just shakes. My hands just shake more than normal. So I was like, okay, T, slay. Love that. I thought that was kind of funny. Oh, yeah. So, it's just trolls on the internet. Strange Horticulture was a fun game. I played that one too. Yeah, you guys are like bringing up all the old ones I used to. I played a lot of these off stream. A lot of these I played like before I was a big streamer, or played off stream many moons ago. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know what we're going to do today. I don't know. I haven't really decided. The retro rewind is leaning towards me, but I'm also like, girl, it is $20. And I'm like, am I only going to play this for one stream and then be done with it? And I'm like, do I want to spend $20 on that? I'm like, do we want to do that? I'm like, cough arc raiders. Yeah, you guys wish. Pokopia. I didn't think about that. The only thing with Pokopia, I need to have a build in mind. I have a build in mind that I want to do this week. I found a better build than what we built last time. And I was like, oh, this is cute. So I do have like a better build vibe I think would be kind of fun for Pokopia for the like food truck thing. But I need to look up the tutorial for it. Slay the Spire. Yes, that one's a good one too. Give me, girl, I have no idea what that is. So I'm like, let's not slay. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is so interesting where sometimes it's fun and then sometimes I'm like, okay, great. Wizard 101 fake fan. Oh my God, wait. Sorry, my brain, I haven't played Wizard 101, to be fair, since I was like 10. Okay. So don't drag me there. Okay. It has literally been since I was like 10 years old that I've played Wizard 101. Okay, play it now. You guys wish. Deadlock. Yeah. I honestly would. If we weren't going to stream on TikTok today, I absolutely would just play Deadlock this afternoon with y'all. Deadlock is the only thing with Deadlock is it is a hard, I feel like it's a hard game. Same with Marvel Rivals a little bit. It's a harder game for me to like do my type of streaming. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like for my type of, because I'm so like yapping with you guys first. And I feel like those games I sometimes have to be so locked in, you know what I mean? And I'm like, so my brain, like, I don't know why Fortnite is not like that. You feel like Fortnite would be something that I'd have to lock in for, but like Deadlock and Marvel Rivals are games where I'm like, you know, I'm like hands on the ground, like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Which I always think is so funny to me. But yeah, I'm like, I wish there were more games coming out. I'm like, oh, we need more stuff, you know? I am excited about Tomodachi Life. We're just excited. It's called a Divoom, Divoom. If you look it up, there's a bunch of different sizes, but that's like it's like a screen, and then you can add anything onto it. But yeah, I was looking to see if any new games came out. There's nothing really new. I was like, okay, well, there's that. Pulls up. Yeah, Fortnite is my head empty game of choice, which is me too, which is so funny. It's actually so funny that I feel like it would be such the opposite. I feel like Minecraft should be my head empty game, but it's not, which I also think is so funny. I'm like, why is this one not my head empty game, but Fortnite is my head empty game? I'm like, I feel like it should be the other way around. Hosey, I think, just came out. Seems like a more super cozy vibe. I'm not sure. I've never heard that one. Hi, Dark Slater. How are you? People say yes. Yeah, the people say yes of the 5 people that voted, Mallard. But mind you, 5 people voted and 5 people voted yes. And it was Mallard and her 4 alt accounts. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, I hear that's like is it single player? I thought it was an online game. I was like, I'm okay. Not you calling about it. Literally defamation. Well, I didn't say it. Okay. I didn't say it. Lawsuit waiting to happen. No, I'm like, I just don't know. I'm like, there are some good games to play, but I'm like, also like, what are we feeling for TikTok? If we do the TikToks, the gays yearn for Wizard 101. They do. The gays yearn. The gays actually do love Wizard 101. But I am thinking about this, the retro rewind. I'm just like, God, $20. I obviously it's like, obviously I want to pay for game, like obviously. It's just tough when a game is one of those games where it's like, it's not going to be like a game that you play for several years. Even just spending a little bit of money on it, I'm always like, you know what I mean? I'm always just like, because how much is Tomodachi Life going to be? Is that going to be $70? I'll pass out. Is that how much that one's going to be? I feel like it's going to be 60. Oh, yeah, $59.99. Yeah. That's the Nintendo shit, unfortunately. Nintendo be like that. Any Nintendo title is going to be probably 60 or above, unless it's an indie game. You usually nine times out of 10. Surprised not 80. Yeah. See, running for Tomodachi, especially if you're not gonna play it. I think for me with retro is like, if we played it, I probably would play it like once or twice. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yeah. Remember Wallet hurt this week with my pre-order? Did it really? Oh no. Yeah, I definitely will. I feel like we're gonna have to play it. It's too funny to not. You know what I mean? It's too funny to not play it. Hi Izzy, how are you? But I don't know. Naina, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. You have the Common song from Wizard 101 stuck in your head? The Common song. Wait, why do I not know that one? I mean, we could play Pokopia today. We could do Pokopia. That is something we feasibly could do. Maddie, that's what I was talking about, the Retro Rewind. That one's the $20 game that I was like, I was like, that's the Retro Rewind one. Did you finish the story? We did. Digimon story. I don't like Digimon. I'm gonna be very real. Can I sub with Prime if I already got gifted a sub? You have to wait, Alyssa. Yeah, if you have a sub, you can't like double the sub. That'd be cool. You do. Kayla also. Oh my God, 1 year anniversary. Wait, Slay Batty. Slay. G-O. Slay Batty. I love that. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I have some notifications. Hello, girl. Do. I always get so many, as soon as I start streaming, I was like, hello. Yeah, I don't know. You gonna take the 1 year? Yeah, we're going to 1 year anniversary dinner. Get ready. We're going tonight. Be ready to go. Digimon is greater than Pokemon. See, I can't do it. I don't like Digimon. I don't like Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't like any of those. I think the reason I like Pokemon the most, one is the cuteness level, but also I think it is the nostalgia for me compared to those other ones. So I don't really love the other. I've tried them and I'm always like, no. I also just don't love the crazy wild way of it works. 1 year of them being subbed to me on live. Goes to the pizza place at Squibbly Shores. Literally. Yeah, there's no like huge Fortnite updates either. I was like, okay. I was looking to see if anything happened. Usually there's stuff that happens on the weekend. I know they had like some new, they added like vault things, but there wasn't any like crazy new update. So I was like, okay, well, that's the tea, isn't it? The bunkers. That's what I did see. I saw TikTok. I think I saw Happy's TikTok about it while I was scrolling this morning or yesterday. Last night I saw that. The sad OG, yeah, the very sad OG live event. The very sad OG live event. I'm just like, okay. 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 Thank you, Farrell. I appreciate it. Where'd you find us from? And Jaquee, thank you for the sub. I love it. Wait, let's play the hype train emote real quick because we're starting a hype train. All aboard! Slay, slay, slay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of them are the minis.
All aboard the choo-choo train. All aboard the choo-choo train.
All aboard. All aboard. All aboard. Somebody asked if I play ranked Fortnite. I do, but I don't really enjoy playing ranked Fortnite this season because you can't have any rivalries this season. And I feel like the whole point of this season kind of is the rivalry stuff. Kayla. Taking us to the next level. Thank you, Patty. I need to add new memes. I need to like add some more. That's the thing with ranked in Fortnite right now is it's kind of boring because there's no rivalry stuff. And I'm like, girl, bye. You know, Art Taylor, thank you for this sub as well. 22 months. Oh my God, almost 2 years. Crazy. Thank you so much. Holy cow. So that's the reason I don't play ranked right now. Yeah, it's weird that I get why it's not ranked because they're like, you know, it's so competitive and blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I feel like it's a really important component of the season. Like the whole season revolves around that, at least in Fortnite. So I'm like, okay, weird. I don't know, Jaquee. We're kind of trying to figure that out. I'm in a very like interesting, I don't know mood. I'm in a very I don't know mood. I feel like I don't want to play stuff that we play all the time. So like Minecraft and Fortnite, I'm like, nah, today. But also I'm like, not opposed. But I don't want to spend any money on games if I don't need to. So I'm like, that's where my brain, if my brain could speak, that's where my brain is currently putting things together, putting stuff together. Rank is already competitive. Yeah, I'm doing good, Josh. How are you? So that's currently where we're at. A game. Yeah, you want me to torture myself? No, thank you. Absolutely not. Listen, I did not get enough sleep last night to have the help. The torture of the egg game. Yeah, Sundays for new games is fun. Yeah, I think it's like a fun time. Time for it. So I'm like, ooh, okay. I'm trying to think of any other updates I have for us. I don't know. I got to work on some stuff this week. I'm really trying to like improve our content off stream. You guys know I am, but we did some more. I posted another video today. Hopefully it's a little bit better. I don't know. I'm trying to make it more interesting, kind of like adjusting little by little with those. So thank you guys for supporting that stuff. Gaming laptop. Wait, I love that. Just trying out new things, doing new things. I don't know. I'm kind of vibing a little bit, but yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do today. Pokopia is something that I'm thinking about. I'm like, ooh, we could build something. Now that you guys keep talking about it, I'm like, we could build something for a little bit on Pokopia, and do some of that. But I'm also just like, do we want something a little more questy and active? Do we want something more chill? I did not go see Project Hail Mary. No, I ended up just staying home. I ended up being, I will say, oh my God, y'all. I was like, girl, I need a social life. I need a social life so goddamn bad. Not in like in a bad way, like I don't have friends. I do have friends, but I have no friends who live where I live. And so it's a very, I feel like, and I have friends online, right? Like I have friends that I game with online who aren't really part of like my streaming world, but are just like people I'm friends with from my past of gaming. You know what I mean? But I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like so over, like I just want to like go do things, you know what I mean, with other people. And not that I don't mind going alone. I love going and doing things alone. I really do. But I think I've really discovered over the past, like, especially being where I live now, I feel like I'm such a social being in that I need to be around other people at least a couple times a week. And so I'm like, I do feel every time I'm with somebody in that I'm like social, I always have such a dopamine boost for like days to come afterwards. It's It's very interesting. So I'm like, oh God, this sucks, but I want to go out. Yeah. See, like I love going out. I do. Like if I had plans yesterday, I would have gone and done something. You know what I mean? Like if I had plans to go do something, I would have absolutely gone out and done something. Um, but it's just like the like no, I don't know. It's a weird thing because all my friends live in New York City or they live in LA or they live like not anywhere near me anymore. So it's like even and some of and like I have a couple friends who live like an hour away, but even still, it's like plan. And also, my life is not easy to plan around sometimes with streaming and other things. I live in New York, Dark Slater. What I miss? Oh, we're kind of yapping for a little potato chip, trying to figure out what we're gonna do today. I'm kind of like I don't know. I don't know. Sundays I feel like are such a vibe day. Too bad you and Bobby don't. Yeah, it's like there are just like I have a lot of online friends, which is lovely, and I love to hop on calls and play Marvel Rivals, and I love to like do those things. But I do feel like as much as I love having online friends, I do think, or even just FaceTiming my friends, I do think there is, at least for me, it might not be the same for other people, but for me, there is such a difference. And guys, thank you for that hype trade. I really appreciate it. Between like being in person and being on a call with someone. You know what I mean? For me, at least, I've found recently. So I'm like, okay. Like yesterday, I was like, yeah, I wish I had something to do today, And not that I couldn't go do something by myself. And it's not that I don't. I often go do things by myself. I went to the card show last week by myself, or the week before, or last week actually, and had no, it was great. But it's just like that idea of like, I don't know. Do people also feel that way? I don't know. Maybe that's me. I don't know. I don't even need outdoorsy plan. That's the thing. Like, I don't need outdoorsy plans. I think it's even just like the presence of other people sometimes is, and specifically like in a social aspect, is lovely. Like having people come over. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind if people come over and hang out. Like, it's just the energy of being in a room with other people. Obviously, I can be in a room with my family, and but that's just, it's a different type of, it's different. You know what I mean? So it's like that type of thing, and it's not like a negative thing. It's just like something I've noticed. I'm like, I do better at being myself in general, of existing as a human being when I have time where I'm with other people that I'm friends with, and so I'm like, okay, interesting. And so it's kind of like, oh, girl, I was like yesterday, I was like, God, I wish I had like more friends in this area, but there is nobody in this area that I really want to be friends with. As awful as that sounds, I'm like, okay, So it's a very, very interesting conundrum. Conundrum? Is that the word I'm looking for? Conundrum? Sure. Conundrum, I think, could be the word I'm thinking about there. Possibly. So I don't know. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I have no idea what we're gonna play today. I'm like, God, I don't know. I'm like, girl, I have no freaking clue. I love body doubling, like even if we're just on our phones. Yes, I love body doubling too. I think it's just being in the room with sometimes people, It is so much harder to make IRL friends than 100% Spider. I mean, one, because you're forced, usually during like, if you went to college or if you were in school or if you were in whatever, obviously you are forced into like situations where you are around other people. Near Corning Hash, I'll say that much. Or if you look at my PO box, you can probably find it there. Which is in my bio. But it's very hard to make friends. But like as an adult, it is just such a more challenging aspect, in general. You live in your current town for 4 years and haven't hung out with anyone. Yeah, it's like, ooh. Hey, we're just kind of yapping for a few, trying to figure out what we're gonna do today. I have no idea what we're doing today. I have no idea. I really don't. Love it. We'll get there. Yeah. So it's very interesting, all my coworkers are very much older than me. Yeah, when I worked at a job, all my coworkers were very much older than me. I mean, I had some who became friends when I lived somewhere that they were there, but again, they all live now. Like all of my like friends who I talk to on a weekly or sometimes even daily basis, they just live not in a distance where I can even do a day trip. It would have to be a couple days for me to plan. You know what I mean? It's like not something we can like go meet up for dinner or go meet up for a thing and like plan that day out. It's like I'd have to plan out a weekend trip, which isn't a, you know, bad thing, but like to do every weekend or to do every, you know, or just being able to like text somebody, be like, hey, come on over and let's, I don't know, go do something for shits and giggles, you know? For sure with it. Yeah, it's okay. If it's, oh, absolutely. Yes, of course. It was something that I was like thinking about yesterday as I was sitting on my couch. I was like, like I would love to be out doing something right now with other people. Money aside, is there an area you'd love to move to? Yes, of course. The thing is, I really love being close to my family. I really love it. And that's one of my biggest downfalls is that I want to be within an hour to an hour and a half driving distance of my mom. If I'm not, I just feel like it's too much to not be that close to her, specifically my mom. So like, you know, there are cities in the area where I'm looking at, you know, same. That's why I live in Ohio. Same girl, same. Yeah. Like, I think if I didn't have I would not live here where I live right now if my family did not exist here. I would not choose to live in this town by choice. I mean, economically, I'm choosing to live here because it's much cheaper to live here than other places. But like, if my mother did not live here and have, you know, and my, you know, the rest of my family did not live here, I'd be like, okay, you know what I mean? There would be so many other places I would go. Even though I call her every day, yeah. I would love to move to like what I would love is like a city that isn't a full city, because I do love, like I don't love New York City in that I don't love, or even LA, but I don't love New York City because I hate having to, then I feel like I'm always on. In a city, I feel like I'm always on. And I'm like in a city. I don't know if anybody knows, for those who do know Rochester, New York, I love Rochester, New York because it is a city and there is a lot of things to do and a lot of entertainment and a lot of, you can go and find something to do every day at every hour at any point and go do something. But it's also, you can, you know, have an apartment and have a quiet space and be able to like, you know, drive and be able to like, you know, live almost that smaller type life a little bit, you know? So it's very interesting. Yeah, exactly. Do you see other major cities without the hassle of living there? Yeah, I do. I like the idea of having something close, you know? New York City triggers my anxiety. I loved living in this city. I liked living in the city. I didn't love it. I am a person who loves to be able to like hop in my car and drive to Walmart. You know what I mean? Or drive to Target. If I wanted to go to Target when I lived in New York City, I had to make a several hour plan to do that. And I only lived a couple of train stops away, but just the idea, like having to go to Target was like a half day plan just to go to Target. And I hated that. That I did not like. I didn't like that I had to, that I don't love that type of existence. That to me, I'm like, no, thank you. I don't like have to, you know what I mean? Something that can take 10 minutes in one place and takes half a day in another place. I'd rather take the 10 minutes. You know what I mean? I'd rather take the 10 minutes and have other things, you know, because that to me, it's like, no, you know. And that was my big problem, I think, living in New York City, is I was like, okay, well, I have to literally plan out my whole day just to go to the grocery store. I'm like, that is not fun for me. And it looked terrifying. Yes, I'm telling you guys, I used to live way on the upper side of Manhattan, and I would have to, and I lived on Manhattan. I didn't live in like Brooklyn. I didn't live anywhere super crazy. I would go to Trader Joe's and it would be like 45 minutes to get to Trader Joe's by subway. I go to Trader Joe's. It would take me probably an hour and a half to just get my groceries, and then lugging all those groceries back on the train and back. It sometimes would take an hour and a half to get back. I mean, it was like a 5-hour journey just to get my weekly groceries. And that was my whole Sunday. Like my whole Sunday became like getting my groceries for the week. And I was like, that is awful. I was like, I don't want to exist like that. Existence to me, I don't want to have to like exist by, you know, like that to me. I was like, no thank you, absolutely not. And like obviously I could do things around that time frame, like if I wanted to go visit a friend and get lunch near the Target before, obviously I could do that shit. But even still, it's like just that, like right now, if I wanted, I could drive to the grocery store, go get what I need, get out in like 30 minutes and be home and be home within less than an hour. You know what I'm saying? Um, and that's what I like, you know, and that's what where I lived when I lived in Rochester. That's also what I had, is that you could just drive there. It would take maybe sometimes 20 minutes to drive there, but you drive there, you go in, you're in and out. But also at the same time, there's a farmer's market, there's an art show happening, there's a gallery, there's a new coffee shop that just opened, there's a club that's doing like a drag show that night, right? Like there were other things, there are just things to do all the time around that. And so that's why I liked it. So if I moved, I would probably move back around that area. Um, most likely. Um, but it's because where I live right now, guys, it's 2 o'clock. Everything is closed for the day. I'm telling you, 2 p.m. on a Sunday, everything closes here in my town. Like all the restaurants, all the stores, most of the most of places aren't even open right now. Like it's just that type of, like there's no coffee shops, there's no, there's nothing. Like there's just nothing that exists. So it's like there's no like, art show to go see or flea market to go to or or whatever, it's like it's just there's nothing going on. There is an hour and a half away. But that's kind of it. So I'm always of the mindset, I'm like, yeah, I don't love that, mm. Yeah, that also, Caroline, is my issue. There are probably people I could meet in this area if I if I was an idiot. If I had no sense of self-decency and respect. There are probably plenty of people I could be friends with. But no, thank you. But also I don't want to be friends with you know what I mean? Like it's very funny because I live in New York, and New York is such a blue state where it's like everything is so blue all but the town that I live in, actually is very different. They have an interesting demographic. It's like there is a bunch of people who are, but like for example, they did a No Kings protest, right? And people and they posted it on like our local newspaper Facebook page, and the comments were just like, it was like you couldn't believe it. Like you could not believe some of the things people were saying. And I was like, these are the people who I grew up around and grew up with. I'm like, oh my God, So I'm like, I don't want to be friends with any of these people. I'm not, no, thank you. There's no interest of any of that for me, I'm like, yuck. So I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, Cassie, literally the things that I like when I talk to somebody now on Hinge who is in my area, I'll be like, who did you vote for? And it's the first question out of the gate, because there is no conversation to have unless you know what I mean? There's no other, for me at least, there's no conversation to have past that. There's no conversation to have because it is that serious. But anyway, so that's also part of the reason that I'm like struggling to make friends, I guess, in this area. And then, like, okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was on Grindr on Saturday. Okay. And the amount of just people that I talk to that are just so like, no face, just like, no, don't share their name, don't share their face, nothing. And I'm like, I don't want this. I'm like, I don't want this. You know what I mean? There was not a single person that I talked to that day on Grindr. And I talked to, I was whatever. I was on for a little bit because I was bored as shit. And I was kind of, being like, well, I need to be social. And it's like the amount of people who are just like, I don't want to, I'm DL. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, thanks for the conversation. Like, thanks. I'm not interested. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not right. Social. Listen, I'm like, I'm not interested. And that was the annoying part. Is I just was like, girl, please. My town motto is small town, big heart, but realistically, small town, small mind. Yeah. Marissa, I have no idea what we're doing today. I literally cannot. I'm almost yapping to put off what we're gonna play because I have no idea. I like kind of had a plan, but now I'm like, I don't have a plan. Usually I'm like, we'll do this today, or I'm like, we'll do this thing and this thing. And I'm like, I have no clue what to do. Cozy day. That's kind of what I am feeling. I love the Yap Sesh. Yeah, me too. We do need to go live on TikTok, but um have you been to Coachella? No. Oh my God. If I see, I can't, I'm over it, guys. I am like, my brain is so far over Coachella. I can't even. I can't even. I'm so far deep over it. Like it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I don't know. I have a lot of very hot topics about Coachella, I guess. Wait, what is? I missed it, Bubblekin. Coachella is run by the guy who donates to ICE. Yes. And I'm like, all of these, and here's the thing that's frustrating me. It's a lot of these influencers who like a year ago were speaking out against some of these brands that they're now like, sorry, like I'm calling it out, Brand Flakes. Brand Flakes was one of the who I love as a creator, and I'm so disappointed. I loved Brand Flakes. I loved how authentic and real he was, and he was one of the first people who was like, I hate like Starbucks sucks. Like they're donating to they're donating to a non-free Palestine. Like they are the worst things in the world. And he boycotted, and he talked about the boycott very publicly. And now he's there at the Starbucks house as a guest of the Starbucks house. And I'm just like, girl, your morals go out the window the moment it suits you. That shit drives me nuts. And it makes me so angry. It just makes me like, ugh, it makes me angry. And thankfully people are, I did look on some of their comment sections. People are not like putting up with it, which I do love. But it's such an out of touch thing. Also, I'm sorry. The outfits are ugly as shit. Okay. I've seen quite a few of those stupid ass outfits. None of them look good. None of them they all look like ass. Like, I'm like, girl, they all look awful. I'm like, these are not cute fits at all. At all. Like, I'm sorry. I'm like, none of these fits are good. Coachella never look fun. Yeah, I'll be real. We need a non-Amazon owned Twitch. We need a non-Amazon owned everything in the world, you know. So people just throw morals out the window. So I'm like, yeah. It's like, and like, I think there's a difference, obviously, between like, I think there is a difference between having morals and living in a society in which you have to participate in the capitalism that exists because it's part of the way the world works, right? That is a different thing. But these influencers are actively choosing to go against what they said their morals were for something that they do not need to do because they have loads of money where they could pay to go by themselves anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the shit that I'm like, come on, you know? Like, it's one thing if you go to Starbucks to get a coffee because it's your only coffee place in town and you're doing whatever and you're living, or if you're a mom of four and you're like, I need a fucking coffee, I'm going to Starbucks to get a coffee. That to me is a totally different thing than Brand Flakes, who is like out there being like, I hate Starbucks, I hate what they're doing. And then a year and a half later is like, come with me to the Starbucks house as they give me free tickets to Coachella. You know what I mean? Like that, it's such a, there's such a gap there in that, you know. It's like please, but that's what it is. I call it the influencer Olympics, you know what I mean? That they're partnering with Mega. Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. Yeah, no, that's not true. I just learned that all influencers are sellouts, unfortunately. Yeah, can't go nowhere and can't do nothing. Yeah, can't go nowhere, can't do nothing. Yeah, it is. I'm like, okay, hi Kat, how are you? So I'm just uninterested in it. I don't know. And I'm sorry, I have no interest of standing 9 hours in the desert for a show. Like, I guess I'm crazy because I just don't think I love an artist, any artist. Like, I love artists. I do. I have a lot of people that I respect musically and I love their music. I listen to it all the time, but I cannot conceptualize the idea of standing in 85 degrees heat for like 9 hours to see Justin Bieber perform or Sabrina Carpenter. Like, to me, I'm just like, I don't know. I cannot conceptualize the idea of doing that at all. And maybe I'm just crazy for that. I just cannot conceptualize it. It never seems worth it to me. And maybe I'm just crazy that way. I don't know. But that's how I've always felt. That's how I've always felt for a lot of things, though, that people, especially like specifically on like famous people culture and like going to wait in line for things to meet somebody, like meet and greets, things like that. I will never like want to, I would never go to a meet and greet because I have no interest to wait in line to meet. I don't know. And like, and the reality of the situation is like a meet and greet situation, they don't like they don't give a damn. What you're saying hi for 2 seconds and and you wait 8 hours for that shit. Like I don't know. To me, my brain just cannot. I'm like I don't get it. Glad I'm at camping. Yeah. Yeah, meet and greets when I was a kid seemed cool, but as an adult, no. Yeah, I do think it's one thing if you are a child and you're like, I don't know, meeting fucking Blue's Clues or something, or Paw Patrol or whatever, and you're waiting in line with your fam. Like that's a different thing, But like me as a 32-year-old, not 32, I'm not 32, I'm 27. Hello, but me as a 27-year-old adult waiting for 8 hours to meet, have a 2-second conversation with like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of somebody. Even like streamers, you know what I mean? Have you even lied to us? Yeah, my real age is 32. No. And like I get it if you love an artist and you've wanted to talk, but even then it's just like so quick. Hi Sam, how are you? I'm just like, I don't know, so that's how I've always felt. That's just how I've always felt with it. I'm always like, this feels weird to me, I don't know. I guess I'm crazy. I guess I'm crazy in that regard. I don't know. Yeah. So anyways, that's my really hot take on, is that a hot take on Coachella or just I guess famous people culture in general? That was my TED talk. That's the thing, is spending money for it too. Yeah, not to mention how expensive. Yeah, it's like again, and that's the thing, is they're also spending thousands of dollars to wait for 9 hours. And I'm like, I don't know. I would much rather pay $1,000 to pay thousands of dollars to go have like a unique experience in my life. And I guess that maybe just the difference of what I consider a unique experience, or like something, you know what I mean? I guess maybe that's just my personal thing compared to other people, which is fine. But I just, in my brain, I'm like, and you get them, you meet for 2 seconds, or you see them live for, I don't know, 3 hours. And I'm like, okay. And half the, and the thing for me is 98% of these concerts that they go to, none of it's live. Like they're not singing. Most of them are not singing live. Like Justin Bieber, half of his fucking Coachella set was music videos playing on the back and him just standing there. And I'm like, okay. Like he's standing at on a computer. I'm like, oh, all right. I'm like, oh, okay. Like to me, that's just like, I cannot conceptualize it. I just cannot conceptualize it in a way. And people, and they're eating it up. Like they're eating it up. Like I watched somebody, and people on social media are eating up too. Like I was scrolling lives, whatever night that Sabrina Carpenter performed. Was that Friday night she performed? There was a streamer that I'm like not mutuals with, but I know, who was live on TikTok doing a react to Sabrina's concert or whatever, Sabrina's segment, concert, whatever. And it was late in EST. I think it was like past because it started like 8 o'clock PST or something. So it was like 1 a.m. or whatever, my time. And usually he's a bigger streamer. So he'll have anywhere from like, I don't know, 500 people in his live to 800 to sometimes over 1,000. And he doesn't play like any games specifically. He does like a whole bunch of different shit. But he was watching he was watching the Sabrina thing. He had 34,000 people in his live stream during that live stream. Like I just clicked in to see because I was so curious. 34,000 people were watching just to watch the Sabrina. And I was like, this is crazy to me. I'm like, that's crazy. Thrillin', 19 months. Ow! I love it. And that's just TikTok. I'm like, okay. but who am I to say anything? Because here you guys are watching me sit here and yap. You know what I mean? Like, what am I talking about? I think I saw some details. I don't know the exact number. It was pretty big, wasn't it? Here I am being like, whatever. And here you guys are sitting here watching me talk about my opinion about other people watching famous people. Oh my God, guys. I have something so funny to tell you guys. Okay. I had no idea. So somebody pointed out to me last night that I guess I have a page on famousbirthdays.com, like the website where you can go to look up famous birthdays. And I'm going to tell you what, they have some of the weirdest info about me that I don't even know how people know on that page. The number one thing that was on there, mind you, there's not a lot of info on there. There's not a lot of info on there. The biggest thing is it says I took a screenshot of it because I was like, this is crazy. It says like family life on it, and underneath it, this is all it says for family life underneath my like famous profile page. He and his close friend Abby visited Seattle in September 2025 for 1 week. How did they know that? How the did they know that I was in Seattle for 1 week with my friend Abby in 2020? Like, immediately I was like, like I read it and I was like, mind you, I posted one picture and my friend Abby wasn't even in the picture. It was when I went to PAX West, I think. I was like, that is horrifying. I was like, that's crazy. I texted to my friend Abby and she's like, oh my God. Oh, I gotta say, we were literally just talking about how lame it was. I'm so sorry. Abby selling your story. I was like, I was shocked to see that. It's definitely out of date because it all just talks about The Sims, which I think is kind of funny. But it was very interesting. You should get your info removed from it. Nah, I mean, that's the part of Bubble Kitten. That's the part of being online. I think here's what I'm gonna say to you guys. I think a lot of people, we live in an age right now where obviously there is a need to want to protect your privacy, right? But as somebody who is publicly online, I cannot protect it. I can't. There is no way. You know what I mean? There is no way to protect it. And I think to think otherwise is foolish. You know what I mean? People are going to find out what they want to know, no matter if I try and hide it or not, no matter what I do, right? There is nothing I can do to avoid that. So, like, there's just no way. And it's not even that people, it's just the world we live in. The world we live in is so, GPS. I have like a million things in this apartment that are GPS alone. You know what I mean? Like there is no way to escape being it. And so the funniest thing to me is why I'm always like, when people are like, I'm very off the grid. I'm like, girl, you are not. I'm telling you right now, if I wanted to find out information about you, I could plug your IP address in. I can see everybody's IP address from Twitch. It doesn't, Bubble Kitten. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't. It doesn't. And even if it did, they can't put your extended family on. I know the white pages stuff because people have sent it to me before. It's not true. I'm gonna ask Bubble Kitten. You have been spreading a lot of misinformation today. I want you to make sure that you do your research on things before you post it in the chat, just because you can scare folks with what you are looking up between the grinder thing and between this. Like, just make sure you're looking up your information, because it can lead to people seeing things. It can lead to people believing things that aren't necessarily true. And it may be something that you have in a personal experience, but that doesn't mean that is the policy or the public thing. Like, if I looked up my thing on white pages right now, I'll be real with you. Like, I'll do it right now to tell you. Like, okay, so here's what it has on my web pages. It has on there right now, it has an address from 5 years ago when I lived in New York City. It has my mom's name spelled incorrectly, has no email address, doesn't have my age, and has my grandmother's maiden name on there. But it's not on there. There's nothing there. You're not gonna. And besides, anyways, guys, I'm sorry. You signed up for TikTok with your phone number. You signed up for Twitch with your phone number or email address. You signed up for all these like there is that's the point I'm trying to make is there is not people are like I need to not let people see my thing on white pages or I need to not let people see my stuff. You are putting it on every social media platform whether you know it or not. Whether you know it or not, your number and your existence is online like conceptually no matter what. You know, there is no sense of there isn't. There just it is not it isn't something, you know? And I'll be real, if somebody wanted to find my information on where I live, they can by paying to find my record. You know what I mean? Like I have to file taxes. And when you file taxes, you put your address, your social security number, all of those things on those taxes. And people can find that information very publicly, very easily. Like there is just no way there's no removing it from anything. You can like take it off one website, but there's 30 more that exist that have it, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's just how it works, you know? Yeah, the information is it's just out there, right? Like, it just exists, you know? Yeah, people can find out how much I pay in property taxes if they wanted to look it up. Like, but that's how that's how it works. That's the, unfortunately, you know what I mean? You know? So yeah, anyways, just don't spread everybody. Make sure you're looking up your facts and sources. But that yes, and everybody keep chat to mirror. Everything's all good, y'all. There just is no way to remove. So I'm not afraid of my online presence. You know what I mean? I do things to protect myself from if people because people have found where I live and I can't avoid that. You know what I mean? And so I have several Ring cameras. I have a very good lock and key system on my apartment. I have, you know, things monitoring my space to be safe. I have alerts on my phone if something were to happen. But that's also the part of being online that you have to deal with, you know? Have you had close calls? I mean, somebody sent me a picture of my apartment building. Yeah. People have sent me a picture of my apartment building. And I'll tell you how they found my apartment building. They found it through the slit of my, like, this is what I'm saying is you cannot protect, you just can't. There's nothing you can do. They found it through I took a picture of myself, or I showed a picture of my apartment to you guys on stream, and through the slit of a semi-open blind, they saw what was a local gas station. I'm not gonna tell you the brand of the gas station, to find my apartment. Do you feel safe? Yes, because no one's going to come kill me. The reality of the situation is, guys, nobody actually cares enough. Like, I do believe that people think they are, and I love everybody. People do believe they are more important than they are. And so I don't believe that I'm important enough that somebody would come and kill me or want something from me. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's going to come take me out. You know what I mean? But people truly, like, that's the thing. There's no, like, I'm just a guy who plays video games on the internet, right? And the worst thing that could possibly happen, which is what happens to most streamers or content creators, is they get what's called swatted. And that's the dangerous thing, you know? You know what I mean? Like, that's like the most dangerous thing that can happen is like a swatting, you know? And that's what happens the most, which happens very often to streamers, but yeah. So yeah, anyways, that's the tea that's true with that. Also, to other strangers. Yeah, I just like, I don't have a fear of that. I don't. And I think you just have to be able to, I have protections for myself. So I don't, if anything were to happen, I know immediately. You know what I mean? Like, I just know if something happens. What is that? The thing that happens to streamers. So what they do is people will figure out the address of a streamer or where they live. Usually it happens to big streamers. So people like, you know, who have, it happens a lot to like it's happened to Hassan Piker. It's happened to, what's his name? Aiden Ross a couple times. Like the guys with like 50,000 viewers, right? Like who are basically famous people, right? And what they do is they find out your address. That's okay, but people can. What they do is they find your address and then they will call in what is essentially a bomb threat or a threat of some sort of terrorism or something, saying, you know, there is, like, they would tip out to law enforcement, this address, there is an active bomb situation. And so when that tip comes in, they have to send a SWAT team in. And so what happens is people get swatted. You can go Google SWAT streamers getting swatted, and literally the streamers know I know what to do. I've been told what to do because I went and told the police what happened when they found my apartment. The police were like, if you ever get swatted, these are the steps you have to take to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone around you. And you don't respond, you don't do anything. I just lift my hands up and I just stay here and I say, I'm in this room, there's nothing going on, please come in, you are welcome to come in, you know what I mean? And most of the time you get arrested temporarily, or they take you outside to make sure that, and they like do a sweep of the area usually. But that's what swatting is. That's you. And usually it happens when somebody is live to do it live. It has not happened as much anymore because I do believe, and the reason why is there was a big period of time, I would say like, I don't know, 2019, 2020, where people were doing it every couple of weeks to streamers, and I think law enforcement caught on, and so now they do like there's more of a check. You know what I mean? There's more of a check to those things. It doesn't happen very often much anymore. But that's why if you watch most streamers do not have a window in their streaming spaces, and they do that very purposefully, right? Like I don't have any windows in the back of my room. I mean, I have a window here, but it's covered, right? Same with, if you literally watch any streamer who has more than probably 700 viewers, you know what I mean? You have, their streaming spaces are enclosed spaces where you feasibly could not figure it out, you know? Don't know that, and show their windows? Yes, exactly. And then what happened to you? No. I mean, the closest is somebody found my apartment, but that was it. They sent me a Google Earth picture of it, and I was like, this is creepy. That was the closest situation I ever had to a, I don't know, what's the word? Not stalker, something, you know. But most of the time it's just trolls. You know what I mean? For a safety thing. Yeah, I'll be real. It's not. I promise you. It's like it's really a non-issue for 99% people. Like it's like the top 1% of streamers, and even then it's not as common as it used to be. It used to be a lot more common, you know. It used to be a all the time situation, you know. That's really, yeah. So that's the only thing with that. So yeah. That's the tea. That's the shade with that. But it does happen. But it happens to that's the thing, is it happens to famous people all the time too. I mean, let's be real, guys. Literal celebrities, we have their addresses. You know what I mean? You could look up, you know. No, I don't take that the wrong way at all. I don't. I think that's, most normal people do not care. You know what I mean? At smaller numbers, yes, that is true. Yes, it is definitely different depending on who you are, as like, especially if you're a woman or if you're a person of color, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I could look up, you know, Martha Stewart's address and find her very easily if I want. I don't know why Martha Stewart was the person that popped in my head. I was just trying to think of somebody famous. But like, you know what I mean? It's like all of their addresses are very public, you know. Taylor Swift's address in New York City is public, yes. And like, obviously when you're at a level of that fame, you obviously have to have security that you hire, right? And that's part of the existence. That's part of the existence of being famous. But even like B-list actors don't have, it really is like, it's just dependent on the person and the fandom. That's the reality situation is. Like, someone could be an A-list actor and be super famous, but their fandom is not obsessive, and it's fine. But you have people who are obsessive on the up. It mostly happens more with musicians than it does with actors. That's what I'll say. Like Chappell Roan or those people, for example. It seems that the fandom around musicians like Ariana Grande, those people, it can be so volatile. And Taylor Swift, for example. Hi Athena, how are you? That is a far much more likely scenario, less than actors or just famous people in general. Me too, Athena. Me too, girl. If I saw you in public and like it wouldn't be creepy, I would say hi. No, but please feel free to say. I every time somebody comes and says hi to me, I'm literally like floored. I'm like, I'm floored. I'm always like, wait, this is crazy. You know what I mean? I love it. I have no problem with it, you know. But also, I am a 6'2" white man who's 200 pounds. So I'm going to be real. If somebody came at me, I'm jumping on top of you, girl. You know what I mean? And that's the difference between me and somebody else, obviously, who's a smaller streamer or a streamer who is obviously female or a person of color. Like, my world is different than those individuals, right? Like, my world is different than a woman who is a famous streamer or a person of color who is a famous streamer. My world is different. So I don't have as much of a fear because of my size and my skin color, and that's an unfortunate reality we live in. It's an awful reality we live in, and my gender, but that is the reality for people. And that is the reality with famous people. I mean, that's why you see not a lot of people targeting male singers, and they're targeting female singers like Chappell Roan and Ariana Grande way more. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hey, can you do the 6'7"? I'll jump out my window first, girl. Also, I don't realize you're that tall. Yes, I'm 6'2". Yeah. I mean, I'll be real. Every time somebody comes to me, they're like, "You're that tall," you know? And that's why I always felt safe moving in and walking in New York City. The girlfriends that I live with, they carried pepper spray with them. They were constantly ready to be on guard, right? And that's what people don't realize. There is an inherent privilege with that in and of itself, right? Of safety. Because that is the unfortunate world we live in, right? Being stalked, yes, yeah. It's specifically much different for that specifically, you know. It's just a different situation. The threats that I get are around me being gay, and most of the time it's from kids who are, you know, under the age of 18 who are in school. I'm drinking a Pure Leaf raspberry iced tea. Those are the people who threaten me. So like I ain't scared. Come at me 6'7", bro. Like whatever. You know what I mean? Not gonna bother me, honey. You know, looks like oil. It's delicious. No, it does kind of look. It's iced tea. It's iced tea. Fuck them kids. I recently learned that pepper spray is technically illegal in New York. Yeah, it is. Well, it's illegal to purchase. It's not illegal to own. I have pepper spray. It's not illegal to own. It is illegal to purchase. You cannot purchase pepper spray in New York, but you can own it. I had someone pinpoint my house because I posted an outfit in my backyard. It was a weird situation. See, yeah, people are crazy. I mean, people are. But that's unfortunately, the reality of the situation is there is no. If somebody wants to, the moral of the story is in all of this to say, in a scary but also maybe hopefully somewhat comforting way, there is nothing you can do other than just be you online, or if you are going to be online, and understand that like if somebody really wanted to find you, they would. If someone really wanted to find me, they could. So all you can do is take precautions to protect yourself against that rather than trying to prevent any information about you ever existing online, because it's just not possible. It's just not possible. In that somebody tracked my apartment through seeing a slit in my blind from a gas station down the road, right? Like that's how somebody found my apartment, you know? Like you can do everything in the world, right? To do it, you know, you just have to take precautions. That's why I have Ring cameras all around my apartment. You know, I can open up my phone and pull up every single camera. I can see my parking lot. I can see my doorway. I can see, you know, my neighbor was like, "Why are you installing all these things?" And I had to explain to him why I was. And I was like, "I'm sorry. Hopefully you're okay with this." And he was like, "No, please do it." And I was like, "Okay," you know, but that's the way it works. You know, people are crazy. And they can find your phone too, you know? Yeah, and that's the thing is, I think also the reality of the situation is you have to shut it down before, like, my always my recommendation is, like, obviously I play with trolls, right? I play with trolls very often on stream, especially on TikTok for fun, but we immediately block them afterwards. I don't give them a chance to stay in stream and exist any further. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that there is a danger eventually by even if they were giving me a hate view and continuing to give me viewership by being in my live stream, I don't want that because people are fucking crazy. You know what I mean? So like immediately we just block after I have my fun, right? You know what I mean? So, and for me, I'm not threatened because it's mostly high schoolers who are just being a little homophobic pricks who are little shits, you know, who are just little shits who don't know what they're saying, you know. Haters are always crazy. Yeah, always. And blocking them out. Most people want to target. Yes. Yeah. And most of the time, they're not going to do anything because they're all scared anyways. I mean, shit, how many people do I call out when they come into my stream and say something shitty and then they never respond again? Because they don't think, the reality is they don't think I'm going to see their message, because most of these people who post, they post in people like, Vanilla Mace's chat, or I don't know, Clicks, or like Ninja, who have thousands and thousands of viewers, and chat is moving 1,000 miles a second. So they don't think I'm going to see that message. But then I do, and I go, actually, I screwed your dad last night. And they don't respond 9 times out of 10. Because they're like, what? You know what I mean? It's that same thing, right? It's that same thing. Exactly. Listen, it is what it is. Guys, I don't know what we're gonna do today, by the way. We are chill slowly chat here. Yeah, I still have no idea what we're gonna do today. Here we are an hour in, and I'm like, well, here we are. Well, baddies, here we are. Imagine Mama, where's the yeah. Literally, right? But yeah, people are who they are. Low key, I love Sassy Vinny. I do too. I thought about it. 4 is like our, I think 4 is like our easy backup option. Modern Minecraft, girl, you want me to crash out? That's our easy backup option. I watched a very good video. I reposted it from KDB. And I was like, oh yeah. Because I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm never going to please everyone with what I'm playing. God damn. I realized that yesterday. Some of you liked that repost that I reposted. I've seen that. Yeah, I have, Sarah. I've seen a little of it. I saw that. It was good. Yeah. Cause people were like pissed that she was playing what is it? QMSMP. I saw it, Potato. It's something I probably played privately. I don't know if I played on stream, I don't know if I would. It doesn't look as interesting to me as other ones. Crimson Desert looks a little more interesting to me. But no, her video was so good. The astronauts are back. Are they? Oh my god, slay. One of you tagged me in a video of it was like astronauts listening to Glee Club on their last night in space. And it was fake, but it was so funny because it was like it was like one of the Sue Sylvester song. I cracked the fuck up. I don't know which one you tagged me in that, but it was so funny. I literally was dying. It was so funny. It was so funny to me. But yeah, that's so cool. I love that they're back. Yeah. That's sick. The only thing for me is I'm just trying not to spend money on, I'm like, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm like, if I'm going to buy, like, for example, the Retro Rewind game, I'm like, I don't mind buying it, but also if we play it for one stream and then I never touch it again, I'm like, was this worth it for me? You know what I mean? I'm like, I think if it was like a $7 game, I'd be like, yeah. But I did Potato Chip, yeah. Yes, Ash, honestly, me fucking too. I will tell you what, the V-Bucks increase changed my thought process on how I spend money online. Like, actually rewired my brain a little bit. Yeah, Robo, that's the only thing. I was like, oh, V-Bucks, Fortnite, the Fortnite money for skins and stuff. Like they increased the price of V-Bucks. Yeah, I just was like, God, I spend a lot of money online. Like I went through several months. If I get credit for that, yeah. I went through several months of what I had spent in the past, not even on Fortnite, but in just online in general, between Marvel Rival skins, between games that I played one time, between all of these things. And I was like, oh my God, I've spent thousands of dollars. And like, yes, is this my job? And am I able to use it for a tax write-off for a big majority of them? Absolutely. So like, there is that part of it to me. But also at the same time, I'm like, God, I really didn't need to spend that much money on this shit. I'm like, did I, and for what? For virtual product. I'm like, God, I really, So I had no clue. Yeah. I will say it really opened my eyes to my online spending. I don't wear a quarter of I have like 500 skins on Fortnite, and I wear maybe the same 8 skins because I like those skins specifically. So I'm like, why am I doing that? You know, I'm like, why am I doing that? And even with Marvel Rivals too, I was like, the moment I see a skin, I'm like, oh, I need that. And I'm like, girl, no, you don't. No, you don't. And those skins are even more expensive. They're $20. You know, I love banana bread. Ooh, I love banana bread. I'm like, not worth it. Or I like would buy random games that I was like, oh my God, this is the game that's gonna, you know, be huge for a while. And I played it one time for 3 hours on stream. And I was like, why did I do this? You know? And I'm only wearing that now. Yeah. And like that's fine. Like that's why I'm like kind of picking like an icon skin now that I'm gonna wear every stream, because I'm like, I don't need to like I don't need to buy new skins all the time, you know? So yeah, some of them I'm like, girl, what am I thinking? You know, like I would buy stuff just to buy stuff, and that's because it's the way it works. So it's easy, and I'm like, wow. And then I realized how much I was spending virtually, and I was like, I need to stop it. Anyways, speaking of spending virtually, guys, we do have our sub goal for the day. So ignore everything I just said. Love a segue. I had to. I had to. It was too good not to. It was too good not to. Oh man. Nice transition. Segue, y'all. Yeah, none of you know how to spell segue, by the way. That's the fucking thing you ride on a tour. Segway's the damn scooter. Segway is the goddamn scooter, y'all. Oh, that's funny. I mean, we could also try just chatting on TikTok and just chat. I don't know. I don't know. Chatty. I know. However, we haven't been talking about the scooter. I know. No, segue is like a transition, you know, as a transition. Oh, yeah, I don't know, y'all. Me like, yeah, Sammy, I just can't decide what I want to play today. I'm like, I don't want to play. I haven't, but also I hate golf, so I don't know if I'd like that. Numerical form, thanks, y'all. Deadlock. If I played Deadlock, we would play it just on Twitch. I thought that's what airports had. Those are segues. You guys are just confusing the two words. There are two forms of the word segue, guys. Segue is in a change of conversation, or like moving conversation to a different, like a segue, or a segue is in that type of segue. Yes, there's two different segues, y'all. Guys, come on. Let's lock in. Monthly ask for Tavern Managers and back. Oh my God, that one's forever. I love my streamers fight the literacy crisis. Is my English a hard language? It is. It is such a hard language. It's a stupid language. It's a stupid language. That noise, it was Minecraft Villager-esque. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, girl. Probably not, Hayes. Have fun at book club. Probably not. We only have like an hour left in that game. I'm probably just gonna finish it off stream. Like the thing is, we're so close to finishing it that I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? Like we're there. So I'm like, okay. How was your Saturday? It was good. I did nothing. I really did nothing. It was good, but also like, oh, It was good, but I also did nothing. So I'm like, all right. Like I do love doing just this and just chatting with y'all, but I'm also like, I don't know what else we do today. Have you played Virtual? That's literally what we're talking about. If I play that or not. The only thing for me with Virtual Rewind is I'm like, do I want to spend $20? That sounds so cool for the game, and then play it one time, and then be like, I'm just trying to be more conscious of my virtual spending these days. I'm just trying to be more conscious of my virtual spending. That's my only thing. That's my only thing is I'm just trying to be more conscious of the spending that I do virtually, like if I need it, you know? I say that till I get paid. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, it's like I know this. Listen, I love simulator games, and I know this game very well, but at the same time, to be fair, I think you've been very good with V-Bucks. I have not. Guys, I've done, this is the best I've ever been with my V-Bucks. Are you kidding me? I've only bought what? The Hercules stuff, and that's it. And I have not purchased. I looked before the price change with Epic Games, guys. I was spending like maybe $400 a month on V-Bucks. Now I've spent $20 since we switched there, you know. So you do you, yeah. But I'm also buying Pokemon cards too. I replaced it with fucking Pokemon cards, and those ones are not tax write-off, so that's the danger. No, the only thing I have to rewind is I'm like, but is this regarding Fortnite shop? And I will. Listen, I always stand on business the best that I can, right? The best that I can. I do feel like, obviously, like there's only so much I can do for it, like, you know, and that's okay. Here's what I'll say, like, and this is what I said the other day when we were playing Fortnite. It's like, if you see something you actively want, I don't think it's bad to purchase that. I think it's okay. Like, I don't think you have to like completely stop. But what I do think is a good thing, and what I'm hoping, and what people have said here, and what I'm hoping other people do as well, is just being more conscious of their spending in Fortnite. Because I know some of you guys spent crazy amounts of money in Fortnite, because I see how many V-Bucks you guys purchase when you use my creator code. Okay, not like I can't like look up individual people, but I'm telling you guys, I earned probably a lot of my like a chunk of my income from my Fortnite creator code. Oop, I did use your code, and I appreciate it. But I know how much you guys spend on it. Now, mind you, I have learned very swift, and I've learned swiftly that you guys have not, because this month, for example, I think I've earned like $80 on my creator code, where before the purchase I was earning anywhere from $700 to $800 a month. So I know you guys I know you guys aren't purchasing as much because you guys aren't you know, or you're using other streamers' codes maybe, which if you are, dead to me. We're saying on business. Okay, community, yes. Okay, community, also yay my bills. The fucking downsides to this fucking stupid ass economy. My God. Me trying to have a moral high ground. Ugh. God, we're so funny. Sorry, girl. I'm like, God damn it. No, I know. No, I want this. I do want this. Trust me. I do. It's just annoying shit like that where I'm like, okay. That's also what I don't think well, they never consider it, but big companies never consider that shit. How it affects creators or other people too, right? In like crazy way, you know, in crazy ways it does, you know, which sucks, you know. No, I don't see what you guys buy. I just see how much you guys spend, like, and I don't see individually. I just see that like in total you guys spend, because you have to imagine, I earn $5 for every 10,000 V-Bucks. It might be a little more now because of the price difference. I think it's a little more now, like barely, but because it's more expensive for it. But also, hi Maine, how are you? But you have to imagine, if I'm earning $5 and I'm bringing in, okay, let's do the math. Okay, ready? I can do the math. Okay, so let's see. There was 1 month where I earned 800. So that's what? That's like 1.6 million V-Bucks, I think. I think that's the math. Because if I say I earned $800 and I divided it by, I earned $800 divided by 5, that's 160, right? And then 160 times 10,000 V-Bucks, that's 1.6 million. Am I correct? Is my mathing there? Is that the right thing? I will be very real with you guys. Most Fortnite creators, almost 90% of anybody who has over 1,000 plus viewers as a Fortnite creator is making their income through their code online. I mean, 100%, 100%, because it is the loot, because people, you know, 100%. And that's not a bad thing. That's just the way. That's why a lot of those big streamers are not pushing for anything except creator. That's why they mention their creator code all the time, because they're not pushing for sub goals. They're not pushing for gift goals. They're not pushing for any other goals. They're pushing for their creator code, right? Because that is the bread and butter there. That is the bread and butter. You know? I think there are some creators who do it way more than others, you know. Specifically the ones who like show the shop every night. Like the really big streamers who do like the okay, I'm going to say something and it's not about a specific streamer. There are like 8 streamers that do this that I can think of off the top of my head, but the streamers that put a timer on their lives for Fortnite to get like kids to join in being like there's a live event happening, and there's no live event. It's just that they have a timer on the screen. And then they're like use code whatever and it's in the background, it's on their thing. I'm always like girl, I hate that shit. I'm like that gimmick makes me want to I get it works. It's the same thing with like the like. So I was out doing 0 builds and we're going to do a challenge today. You know, it's like that type of thing too. It's like, you know, and like the thumbnail that's very much the like AI crazy Mr. Beast style. Like it's that type of thing. You know, nothing who I know. Yeah, I mean there are like 10 creators like that are in my head right now that do that. So it's just a normal thing that they do. You know what I mean? It's just that it's specifically the and it work, and the reason is it works. Like I'll be real with you guys, but the difference is their audience is different than my audience on Fortnite, and even Happy's audience. Happy's audience, my audience, like those audience members that are watching their content on TikTok, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's very different. The people that are watching those streamers that are doing like the like, you know, the timer countdown or the like engagement bait, it's kids that are watching their streams. It is usually young boys that are watching their streams. For me and for like Happy Gal and for Ventress and for most of the other streamers out there, it's usually adults and women, usually, very specifically. It's very funny because it's 2 different audiences. Fortnite has 2 audience types. It is either children, or it is adults. And specifically, like, really, strangely, not strangely, I guess not strangely, but very much females. Very much, you know, demographically. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. So it's a totally different audience, right? And so that's how they get their people, you know, use code whatever. Hi PG, how are you? That's why a lot of those big streamers want you to use the code, because the reality is they're not using mommy and daddy's credit card to gift 5 subs on their stream. They're using mommy and daddy's credit card to buy a skin in Fortnite. You know what I mean? And so they're making the money off of that than off of getting gifted subs or getting gifted whatever, right? That's the type of difference, you know. That is true, Sammy. But you guys know what I mean. So it's just very interesting. I always thought that was interesting how like a game in and of itself can have 2 different audiences, and a streamer can have 2 very different audiences even though they're playing the same game. You know what I mean? Like my audience is never going to be like any of their audiences, right? It's just not, you know. And so I think that I always find that very fascinating to me. It's very fascinating. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It happens all the time. Everyone says isn't like that. Yeah, me too. I mean, I wouldn't enjoy that. I get it. I get the draw of it 100%. You know what I mean? It's a different type of content creation. Their content creation exists, and this is not me again. This is not me like, this is not about anybody specific, but this is just in general with streamers, right? There is when I play Fortnite, or when Happy Gals plays Fortnite, or when Ventress plays Fortnite, when these people play Fortnite, oftentimes our audiences are going to watch us play the game, right? For those types of streamers, their audience is coming in specifically for Fortnite news, for shop stuff, for just things happening in Fortnite and not the person, right? There is a difference in that. Right? And that's the same for other games too, but really for Fortnite, very specifically, that it's like that one specifically. It's like a two different thing. One is you guys come to watch the streamer play the game. The other is they're coming to watch this to watch the game just in general and get news about the game and get, you know, random info about the game. Like there's a yes, they could yeah. It just doesn't work, you know. One of my coworkers met Billy. I don't think Happy targets kids. I think she's just family friendly so that she can have a lot of kids watch, you know. I don't think she necessarily targets. If I were to put Happy Gal against some of the streamers that I'm thinking of that are like the clickbaity targeting for the kid, like it is a world of difference. You know what I mean? Yes, what Nicole said. She's able to like open it up so that so many of people are able to watch. You know, if you're talking about Happy, I don't know if you're talking about Happy or somebody else, but yeah, I think most of her audience actually is not because the reality is the kids actually in Fortnite are the people who are posting like your unk stat. You know what I mean? They're like the trolls. That you know, we get them every once in a while on TikTok. Well, every day we get a couple, but they won't go to it's usually the male streamers that get the young kids the most because it's that you see, I'm not even saying no. I don't think Go to 2 is all like I have to say like very very specifically like there is a very I'm not going to say people by name, but I'm telling you guys like go watch people who are doing like very clickbaity things and you will see exactly what I mean, and that they aren't actually playing the game or doing anything. Like half the time they're not even playing the game, they're like doing a fake show for kids. Like it's like a very different, it's just a very different it's a very different thing, right? It's very different. It's just very different. Yes, like Happy's chat is full of hate and trolls on TikTok. Yeah, that's for most of them on there. I know exactly what you think of. Yeah, again, I'm not going to say any names. There's a solid 10 to 15 that like you can look up and see a lot of them, you know? Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll say a big one. Like Nick A30 is definitely one. I don't think he does the clickbaity thing because he's a big streamer already. He's a big streamer already, so he doesn't really have to. But his audience is definitely geared towards children. His streams are absolutely geared towards children. They're built for that, right? Almost always they're built for. And again, that's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just that it's different. It's just a different. It's just interesting to see different audiences for those two things. Does that make sense? Right. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's very interesting that like one type, like there's just different types of Fortnite streamers, right? Like I think of all my friends who play Fortnite, like Happy and again, Ventress, even like, you know, even Hot Rod, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the other people. Roofless Cat, Goat R2, I think too. Like, there's so many. There's so many I can name. I mean, most of the people that we've done stuff with or been with before, you guys know. People are watching them to play the game, right? People are watching. They come to see Happy play the game and see Happy crash out about the game. They come in to see, you know, Ventress be, you know, unhinged in the game. You know what I mean? They come to see me be sassy in the game and have a good time. The other people are coming to see those streamers to either like want to play with them or they want to get the news of what's happening in Fortnite, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I mean, Nicky 30 is one of them. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying it in a negative context. It's just that it's different. Yeah, Nicole, I don't want to, I mean, let's tread carefully here. I don't think her dances are bad. I think they're fine. Are you saying they're bad? I guess I don't understand the thing here. I think that's part of her like, I don't know. I think it's, if I was that type, Happy's personality is very much that, you know. I think that's part of the fun of it. Are you a zesty bestie? Yes. Lil Cummer 69. I am. I can see we have some trolls coming in. Some mods, just be ready. Just be ready. I had somebody wanking my willy. Just follow. So we're having some interesting something coming in. Yeah, again, and like I think it's just a different oh, yeah, I mean that's how it is with anything, Nicole. That's how it is with I mean, that's how it is, you know, with anything, you know. Thank you guys for banning those folks. Oh, good morning. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Just kids being stupid. Um yeah. Yeah, I also like people I mean, as you can see right now, do I don't know, put myself out there for kids to come in and ask if I'm wanking my willy or am I a cum guzzler? No, but do they choose to do so based off of what I look like or what I do on stream? Yes. Unfortunately, you can't control that shit, right? Those that's the shit you cannot control, right? That's the shit you cannot control. Um that's the stuff that just exists no matter what, right? Mm. The followers of my lord. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one person who's probably botting. This happens. We just don't we keep yapping, don't give it attention. It happens sometimes. It's usually some kid who's just, you know, who comes online. It happens every once in a while. Um but yeah, anyway, so it is interesting to see the different types. And I don't think I see that with a lot of other games. I was trying to think of other games that have that type of thing. I don't think there is like a specific game like Fortnite that has that almost two different audience bases. I don't think there is. Roblox probably. I think that's the closest I can think of. That's the closest I can think of. Yeah, I think it just has such a vast audience. It does. It has such a vast audience in general. Mm. Because like Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, I think also the game has many generations of players where like Marvel Rivals and like Overwatch and those types of games do not have a wide range of ages, or even Minecraft. I mean, Minecraft does, but Minecraft is different because it's like there's just yes, there are vast audiences. I think that Minecraft, there's different types of audiences for what they like to watch. Like there are people who like to watch Minecraft for like building and building cute things and like to watch streamers play cute things. There are people who like to watch Minecraft for modded Minecraft. There are people who like to watch Minecraft for like, you know, like fast runs or whatever. So there are different genres of Minecraft audiences that exist too, you know, as well. The age group that plays Fortnite is just so diverse. You get so many different people. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hardcore multiplayer. Yeah, there's just different types of things, right? And there's also like there is too a very like core. I don't want to say OG group of Minecrafters, but there is an OG group of Minecrafters that exist on Twitch very specifically of like, you know, like Hermitcraft, for example, or like those big SMP servers that existed for years that have like a core audience to that very specific type thing, right? Anyways, I don't know even what we're yapping about, but it's interesting to see the different. I go into chat sometimes of streamers that I don't normally watch that are very different types of streamers than I am, or streamers that I'm friends with. Most of the people that I talk about on stream or do things with on stream, and their chats are just so vastly different that it's kind of funny. Like it's kind of crazy to me. It's like so vastly different. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. It's like actually hysterical. It's very interesting to watch it happen. Mm. Yeah, a lot of those people. Yeah, yeah. Source of play genre, exactly. Yeah. So I'm always just like, I don't know. It's a very interesting concept. I imagine your POV is even crazier because you know them off stream as well. Yeah. I mean, I'll be real with you guys. There's not a streamer that I like. Every streamer that I have met in person or that I know off of camera are exactly the same as they are on camera, you know, are exactly the same. So like, you know, like I went out to dinner with Happy Abigail at TwitchCon. She was awesome and exactly the same as she was on stream. Same with Ventress, same with, you know, everybody that I've met or have talked to off of stream. They're exactly the same as they are on. Because their streams are just who they are, right? Most of the time. most of the time. There's no act. I mean, obviously there's some things where it's um like I'm not obviously making sucking dads off jokes 24/7 off stream. I barely make those jokes off stream, but on stream it's a thing. But like, you know what I mean? It's like you are who you are on stream and off stream. And then there are people who are not, who are doing it as a like entertainment bit, right? You know? Or like an entertainment bit. And again, I do want to like I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think it's like an interesting audience thing. What you don't? I don't. I don't. I don't. You'd be surprised. Here's the thing. You'd be surprised. I've made dad jokes before. People don't think they're as funny off stream. People don't laugh as much. I sometimes make them and I'm like, oh, wrong crowd. Wrong crowd. Like I'll make that joke and I'm like, nope, 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 not the crowd, not the crowd, not the crowd. Like sometimes I have my like I really don't have a filter on stream, whereas I'll sometimes forget that I don't have a filter and I'll say something when I'm with like a group of people, things that I usually say on stream, and then I'll be like, oh, this group isn't. I'm like, yeah. No. I'm like, nope. No, I forgot I have to have a little bit of a filter depending on, you know, if I'm not streaming. Code switch, literally. Usually instigated. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I'm the number one dad joke hater on stream. I know. It's not even that it's dad jokes. It's like, you know, any of the shit that I do. You know what I mean? That is like at a certain level of like, whoa, you know, and people are like, hello. Chloe, I have no fuck. I still don't know. I don't know. It's 3:20 now. We've been streaming for almost 2 hours. The time's flown by. I haven't even thought about what we're going to play yet. I have no clue. I have no clue. 2 clips. Hi, Ruka. How are you? I literally have not a single clue. I know almost 2 hours in the episode. I mean, I'm enjoying this. I mean, I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time yapping with y'all. This is what I love to do. Like this right here. You guys know I love this shit. This is what I eat up every day. This is what I eat up every day, all day. I code switch for work, home, and friends, though it isn't intentional. I just feel comfortable in different ways and replace different people. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's like different things, you know. I played MMOs. Yes, the MMO that I played the most. We're at 110K, Cammy. I checked this morning. 110K. I played Elder Scrolls Online years. Elder Scrolls Online was my jam. Hold on, I'm trying to turn my fan a little bit lower. Elder Scrolls Online was my jam for a very, very long time. I was on and off Elder Scrolls Online for several years, but that's not an MMO I've really put time into. Where you just chat? Yeah, I love doing this. I mean, listen, Sundays I like to, they exist as a whatever we want to do type thing. I don't put any pressure on Sundays to like have to perform or do something crazy. Not perform, but like do something crazy, because I like the idea of Sunday being like a fresh day or a new day or whatever, you know, where we just yap a little bit and just be what we are. A catch up. Yeah, a junk drawer. Nice, Mokop. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah. The only thing is, it's just like, I wish I could do this, which I could do it. It would kill her. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. On TikTok at the same time. So I could yap with you guys on both. Very, very specifically, you know? What was the first ever MOBA you played? I've only played Deadlock. I don't like MOBAs. I actually hate MOBAs. I love Deadlock. I hate MOBAs. League of Legends, gag me. I love Deadlock. I hate MOBAs in general, though. MOBAs in general, I do not like at all. At all. I just don't enjoy them. I saw videos of it. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I don't know. I'm like, okay. Time to hang up the hat, Justin. I think maybe. Maybe I'm just a bitchy old queen. But I'm like, okay, we just played videos on a computer the whole time. Half of the set. You know? You know what I mean? skin. I'll get you a skin, bestie. Let me know which one you want. You have to make a ticket in the Discord, but we can get you whatever you'd like. I think the only good one was Heroes of Stormcut instead. Yeah, I've seen that one. What is a MOBA? I can't think of like the actual thing. It's what is that? What is it reference? What is it? Massive online battle arena, multiplayer online battle arena. But League of Legends is the big one. If you associate a MOBA with anything, League of Legends is the big one. Deadlock is one. Basically, it's a game that is longer play style. Like the games last a lot longer than, like a Fortnite match or an Overwatch or whatever. And your character you scale. It's a team-based game, and you scale as you go on, and you capture objectives and do things. And there's a lot of strategy in the game. There's a lot of strategy in these games, usually for MOBAs. A lot of strategy, a lot of having to like think about, things, and there's a lot of strategy. Again, I've never played League of Legends, so I cannot speak on that. I'm just going off of Deadlock because that's the only MOBA I've played. But in comparison, I've heard they're at least somewhat similar in that regard. But I'm not a League of Legends player. But League is like the biggest one. I think Smite is one too. Dota is one. They've never interested me. The Deadlock is the only one that's ever interested me that much. Because I think there's a little bit more of a cross between like a hero shooter and a MOBA, which I like, which I enjoy. And Clash of Clans, yeah, Clash of Clans is a mobile game. Clash of Clans is a mobile game. But yeah, it's a much it's a very different style of gaming. The matches usually last 40 minutes to an hour. Like it's just a longer play style. What flavor? Raspberry. Raspberry. Just a different play style in general. Yeah, also some of the worst people in the world play MOBAs. Some of the absolute worst people in the world play MOBAs. Like you would rather die than watch these people play MOBAs. You're like, okay, this is awful. This is awful. Tickled my brain how you said that. I'm glad it tickled your brain. Guys, tomorrow I go pay my taxes. It's happening. Tomorrow it's happening. Ooh, yay. Yeah, I just got the email confirmation. To go write that check, baby. To go write that big old fat check. Get that done. Get that bad boy done. God, I can't wait. Oh, I just did mine. Yeah. Mean government insurance, yeah. Just give me my money. I wish I was a girl. I wish. Well, at least it's finally over until I'm now doing quarterly taxes. So until July, then I do it all over again. Much less, but quarterly. I do it now quarterly instead of yearly. Yeah, I'm also getting a late penalty fee. I'm paying half of mine. I won't lie to you guys. I'm paying half of mine right now, which is okay. I'm paying half of mine right now, but I had planned to do that a little bit. I'll be real with you guys. I did not budget my money well this year. I kind of learned my lesson. I spent my money in ways I shouldn't have this year a lot in general. So I think I learned a very valuable lesson in that in general, and said we should also pay our taxes. Well, that is a form of protest. As long as you pay it, they don't care. Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. No, I learned my lesson a little bit. I was very good with budgeting, and then I kind of fell off from budgeting. And then this past year, I was not good at budgeting. And so now I'm like, okay, I need to be a little more on lock, on lock. Yeah, sometimes those are tough to learn. Yeah, they are. And it's my own fault. I did way too much DoorDash. If you don't file them, yeah. Like mine's being filed, and I'm paying half of what I owe. I mean, I'm paying $6,000 on tomorrow. But you know, I still have to pay the other $6,000 over time. So you know, yeah, the DoorDash will get you. It will. It will. I also allowed myself to just spend a little bit more money that I had on things that I didn't need to spend on. You know what I mean? I also probably could have budgeted my trips that I took better, like my streamer award trip, TwitchCon. I could have this like next time I go, I'm going to be budgeting that much more cleanly. Yes. Now, mind you, those trips were all a write-off, so it saved me a lot of money for taxes. Yes, the streamer. That's the thing is I also had expenses that popped up that I was not like the streamer awards for one was an expense that popped up that I didn't necessarily plan in my yearly budget. and so now I have like now I'm doing more so of a like not contingency plan, but like if something were to happen and I need to go somewhere, I have money set aside for that if that were to happen again, you know, because I basically dipped into my tax money to take the streamer award trip, which is fine. But you know, I learned that lesson, right? Because that trip was a little expensive to go, you know, it was an expensive trip, but that's okay. But it is what it is. Is what it is, you know. And so now I try and do things a little bit more. And that's why nowadays I'm like, well, do I need to buy this game? Do I need to buy Retro Rewind or do I not need to buy it? And I'm trying to be more conscientious about buying packs of Pokemon cards. I'm like replacing DoorDash with Pokemon cards. I'm like, okay, Vinny, slow your roll. Slow your roll, honey. Slow your roll, honey. Slow your roll. I will say what I'm doing now, I'm either if I buy packs, my rule is I have to record content. I will not open them unless I am recording content to post about it. That's my rule for Pokemon cards from now on. If I buy them at all. Specifically like packs to open on, you know, like that not ones that I get at card shows or whatever. That's a different story. But like packs that I buy at this grocery store or whatever. If I buy a pack, it is going on my TikTok. It is going on a social media platform because I think that way I won't be as crazy about it, you know, or try not to be, or at least I can use it to help make things. You know what I mean? At least I can use it to help, you know what I mean? So it's not just like existing to exist, you know? But yeah, so anyways, no, I learned, I think it's something that everybody learns a little bit about budgeting. And also like, especially if you're self-employed, figuring out all of that shit. Like they don't teach you this shit in schools. They do not teach you how to budget money. They do not teach you how to, I did not learn anything about taxes, especially self-employment, Oh my God, I do nothing. I still know nothing. I'm still learning like crazy. You know what I mean? Like I'm just learning now about like actually starting a business and doing all these things and LLCs and blah, 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 you know? And it's like, I knew none of that stuff. Like that's actually useful information that I would have loved to have gained when I was in college or when I was in high school. Like that stuff I actually want to know, you know? I feel like it's actually very needed to know. Yeah, my financial advisor wants me to get I don't have a credit card. Never had a credit card. I am nervous. I have to get a credit card. I really do, but I am nervous to get a credit card, you know? You know what I mean? I wish I never got a credit card. Yeah, credit cards, they make me I'm petrified of them. I'm petrified of them. I won't lie. Give after stream, yeah. What I'm going to be doing is a business credit card. That's only used for business expenses. Only used for business expenses. Very specifically. I hate that we are forced to use credit. Yeah. Yeah, God, any other fucking country. It's only the US that's fucking weird shit, has weird shit like this. It's like, you know. The reality of the situation is most the United States very specifically does not want people to be A, self-employed, or B, they want you to work for businesses. And so they take a lot of steps to make sure that you cannot work for yourself, even if you want to start your own business too, which is very funny. For the whole idea of America is like to build your life the way you want to, right? That was the whole concept of it. But in reality, there are so many roadblocks and so many hurdles to do. And I'm not even talking about streaming or content creation. I'm talking about literally starting your own business, being a business owner, doing any of these things. Like, it is quite literally like the system is built to not make it easy, to make it tough, you know, to make it tough very specifically for individuals, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. You would think that they would want more of it, but the reality is they want you working for big corp. They want you working for those things, you know. They do. They do. I mean, that's why self-employment tax is insane. And that's why, you know, healthcare is so expensive, and especially privatized healthcare, right? Yeah. I don't have to play Monopoly anymore, guys. I know. No one wants to play Monopoly anymore. Reagan can suck one. Yeah. He was hot, though. He was probably one of our hottest presidents, but he was awful. But he was hot. People to leave? Yup. Okay, out of all the presidents in the history of our world, I'm going to be real. Obama and Reagan, I think, were the hottest. And JFK. I forgot about JFK. JFK, too. I was going to say. Yeah, it is a scam, Cassie. I always say this. There's no reason that I pay $700 a month for my privatized health insurance, and I still have to pay $85 a month for my insulin and for my diabetic supplies. There's no reason. There's no reason that I should have to, and that's with insurance. It's all a scam. It's all a scam. Left states, yeah, it's crazy. Thank God this is a place where no such, literally. I had a crush on Obama. Who didn't? Oh, absolutely, Cassie. I literally will call my doctor and be like, I'm so sorry. And it's so funny. Like, I will, because for some reason, as you guys know, my insurance company loves to do this shit where they like won't approve my medications all the time, even though I get them approved the month before. So I will like call, Sadie, thank you for gifting out a sub. How about the sub goal? You're a baddie. So I will call my doctor and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You know? I'm like, I'm so sorry. I hate that that's what it is, you know. And she's like, I get it, you know. And it's never their fault. It is absolutely never the doctor's fault or the even the pharmacy. Yeah, I know you guys get heat for it too. It's tough. It's tough because it's like, I'll be real, there's nowhere to air your frustration. For me individually as a person who has dealt with this now, the only people who I can get in contact with is the pharmacy or my doctor. You can't get in contact with anybody at the health insurance company. So there is like literally the frustration that people, I'm sure a lot of people just throw that frustration out because there's no one. Like I have, when I call my health insurance company, I will go through that stupid automated voice messaging for like at least 30 minutes and get to a person who has no idea or what I'm supposed to, like, has nothing. And it's like always, you know. I'm actually self-pay. I don't have health insurance because they want $650 a month. Yeah, it's crazy. My pharmacist is an angel on earth. Yeah. Just a scam. It's a mess. Yeah, it's all a scam. It's all a scam. That's why I hate it. But yeah. Especially with patients, yeah, it's crazy. I have innocent patients to talk to their insurance. It is quite literally the worst thing in the world. If there's one thing I would eradicate, it is having to talk to insurance companies. I hate it. But nothing else can, because the issue is a doctor can only do so. I can't ask my doctor, because it literally takes sometimes a full day. I can't ask my doctor to basically take a full day to talk to insurance for me. You know what I mean? It's like I ask her to send the shit she needs to send in, and then immediately I'm like, okay, I'll call and I'll have to be the person to sit here on the phone, you know? Like I'm insane. I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh my God, it's almost 4 o'clock, guys. Shit. I don't even know what we're going to do. Maybe we don't. I don't know. Oh my God. Whether it's health, car, home, it will be the death of me. Yeah. Yeah, my car insurance is crazy too. There is parts of me where I'm like, do I need car? I didn't realize you had to have. I was so annoyed when I found out that I had to have car insurance. I was like very annoyed when I found that out. Like I didn't have a choice. Like I had to have car insurance. I was like, okay, fine. Yeah, I know I need car insurance, but listen, I would much like, I would never use it. I mean, I've used it once, I guess, because my car caught on fire one time. But like, I am not a person who needs a fancy car, right? I don't mind driving an old, beat up car. You know what I mean? Like, I have no problem. And every time I've been in a car accident or a situation where I've had to pay out, and usually I paid out of pocket rather than going through insurance, it's been cheaper than what my insurance bill is every month. You know what I mean? It's cheaper than what I pay a year in insurance. Exactly. I mean, that's the issue is like eventually I probably would need it, but it's just like, I don't know. Part of me is like, I'll buy another $1,300 car. You know what? Not that right now I have a nice car because I took out a loan for it, which I wish I didn't do, but I did because for my credit. But for me, it's like, I think I pay, well, okay. So my car loan is $418 a month. And then my car insurance is $330 something a month, which is very high. I have very high insurance. So I literally am like paying out the wazoo for my car. And I'm like, do I actually need this? I'm like, oh, I don't want this anymore. I'm like, I wish I didn't get this stupid ass car. It's one of the things that like I did it because I was like, well, I need a better car to have to drive for work. And now I do this. Where I work, I drive it maybe once a week to the grocery store and back. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, holy shit. I thought about doing that too, Cammy. Yeah, I don't know why my insurance is so high. I don't know why my insurance is. I'll be real with you guys. I don't know why my insurance is so high, but again, I do feel like it's because I'm self-employed. Because every time I go to like buy new insurance every month and I say I'm self-employed, I think it's because my income is not a stable income, technically. I will literally get like the craziest amounts that they give me. And when I was working a full-time job, it was never that high. It was never that high. If you have Progressive, they are so high. I did have Progressive. I switched to Geico because they were even higher. I was like at 400 and something with Geico, which is crazy. Victoria, we haven't even touched a game yet. And I don't know if we're going to today. I have no idea. Oh, wow. LOL. Yeah, I have no idea what we're going to do today. We're like 2 hours in. I'm having a fun time chit-chatting with you guys. I'm having a great time chit-chatting. I have no idea what game you're going to play. I have like concepts of I have no concept of a plan. I have no concept of a plan at all. I'm just yapping. I had like some semblance of an idea of a game to play, which I thought was going to Rich Rewind. But then when I went live, I was like, do I want to spend the money on this game that I'm going to play once? that's where my conversation kind of halted. I was like, do I want to spend money on a game that I'm going to play one time? You know? Yeah, exactly, Cassie. Yeah, so fair. I'm like, well, shit. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy to me. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, slay. It's really annoying though. It is very annoying. I think I'm going to be able to get a better insurance rate when my insurance is up, because now I'm making a little bit more of stable income, I guess, more than I was. Because when I first took out my insurance, I was making like, I don't know. I was making like nothing. You know what I mean? As a streamer, you know, I just left my job. I was just starting, you know. So I think I was a liability in that I didn't have like I'm making 70,000 this year or whatever to be like, and this is my paycheck every week, you know. I didn't have like a set, this is what I'm bringing in. And I think that was part of the reason that I was more of a liability. The shorter system, well, it's funny, they're introducing, it won't pass. I mean, I would love if it did, but they're trying to introduce what's basically um it's called Creator Bill of Rights. Representative Rokana is introducing it with creators and a couple other people, in that it will Lofty is, wow, fuck. Well, that's gonna be my purchase with 4. I'll tell you that much. Who's that? One of my favorite music artists. One of my favorite music artists. Oh, I love her so much. This is off topic. What do you use for lighting for your streams? I use my Elgato lights, which you can use 10% if you do Xbox with Elgato. I'm actually shocked it wasn't Zara Larson, because wasn't there like Easter eggs? Anyways, and I think you get, I don't know if it's 20%, it might be 10% off your order. If you do purchase with my link. What was I saying? Streamer Bill of Rights, or not streamer, Creator Bill of Rights. Basically, they're trying to, is it 20%? Oh my God, really? Wait, really, Mia? That's crazy. Just not as the past. Oh, is she just coming to the shop? She's coming to the shop. Well, we'll just have to wait to see. We'll just have to wait to see. She might just be coming to the shop, because you know how they be. They'll throw a toaster on there if you ask nicely enough. But it won't pass. But basically, what that bill is trying to do is give creators more of a semblance of protection, in terms of like being able to get health insurance if you work as a creator that isn't privatized, being able to get taxes taken out of the income that we earn, so we are not paying self-employment taxes if we are earning money through platforms such as Twitch or TikTok. That taxes need to be taken out from these companies, and we work for them rather than not. That type of thing. Oh my God, I'm sending you so much love. That's awful. Please take care of yourself. I know that if you need a place to be and just hang out, we're here for you. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so they're introducing like a creator. It won't pass. I mean, it's a dream. It would be awesome if it did. It won't, but I do know that is something that was on the topic of discussion, because now it's a much more normalized thing, I feel like, than it was even 5 years ago to be a creator. At a rights next, yeah. It's just tough as an independent contract. It's tough. It's a tough. I mean, I've always worked as an independent contractor, because I worked in the theater industry prior to working. And here's the difference between the theater industry and being as an independent contractor in the theater industry versus being a streamer or content creator. In the theater industry, we have a union, and you can earn by working. You have to earn a certain amount of hours working. You can actually get health insurance through your union. That's kind of what the Creator Bill of Rights is trying to do. So you're able to get health insurance through your union because of that. And also, the theaters that you worked at, you got taxes taken out of 9 times out of 10, unless it was like a stipend situation. In that case, it was an independent worker contract, very similar to how I get paid on TikTok and Twitch. So like there were systems in place to allow you as an independent contractor to still have autonomy over being able to like get health insurance and get these things, right? Where as a creator, there is not. It's a very interesting thing, because there's no union. You know what I mean? What are we gonna do? What the fuck is the union gonna do for us here? So, you know. At least I hate that the streaming industry makes it so hard for baby streamers to get started. Yeah. I mean, here's what I'll say. If you're a baby streamer, you just got to do it as a hobby to start. I mean, I streamed as a hobby for 4 years, probably 4 years, you know, and that's just kind of what you have to do. That's, you know, because even because as you scale, it still gets harder, right? There's still like things that make it tougher, you know. It's very interesting, because I've been watching a lot of those. I'm sure I'm shocked nobody's asked me about my opinion on it, actually. The Vanilla Maze clips that have been circulating. about her talking about her taking a break and like how streaming is a hard job and things like that. I'm actually shocked no one has asked me about it. That's actually kind of crazy to me. Usually I get asked about those things immediately. I have not been asked at all. I just thought of that. Not a single person asked me my take on that. Maybe most of you maybe haven't seen it. I don't know. Well, now you have to tell us. My hot take is there is no easy job. my hot take on this is there is no easy job. Is that you cannot compare jobs because they're just different. Every job is different. Every job is different in its own regard. Every job is hard. No job is easy. If it was easy, it wouldn't be a job. Like that's the thing. Like there's just different types of jobs and they're all different, right? I disagree. I mean, you can disagree, but you're wrong. I don't think it's opinion based. I think it's factual. I think it's absolutely factual. I think every job is different and that every job has its own struggles in different regards. If you're a construction worker, you are doing tons of physical manual labor, and that's a really fucking tough thing. When I worked in the theater industry, it was miserable because I wasn't making enough money and I was working overtime and going crazy trying to produce a show to be an artist, right? As a streamer, I'm a self-employed, so there's a mental thing with it, and I get tons of hate online constantly. Like it's different, you know? You know what I mean? Like they're just different jobs. You just choose a different hard. And send the dog to chase after Canadian geese so they don't become as invasive species as they are. No joke, the job. I mean, yeah, I mean, but that's right. It's a different type of job, right? Like, obviously, I'm not a brain surgeon, but brain surgeons have an incredibly hard job, but they're just different. Like every job is different. Like to compare them is like comparing, to me, it's like apples to oranges. You know what I mean? Like it's just apples to oranges in that you can't compare them because they're just different things. They're just different types of things, right? You know? Will I say, is it as like an impossible, like, I will be real. I have worked in an office as a 9-to-5 job. I've worked as an independent contractor in the theater industry. I've worked in retail. I've worked as a waiter and a busser. I've worked as an assistant. I've worked, what else have I done? There's something else I've done that I'm not thinking of. And I worked for Uber for a hot stint. This job that I do, it is my passion. It is my joy, but it is also the hardest job I've ever done. It is the hardest job I've ever done. But that doesn't mean that it would be for other people. Perhaps being an Uber driver is a harder thing, right? And that's okay. You know what I mean? Everybody has a different perception or a different challenge or hill to climb in the job that they do and in what they do in general, right? You know? Yeah. So like there is like and that's the thing. It's like that's just the reality of the situation, right? Yeah, for sure, Bubble Kitten. Yeah. But like to me, it's like a job can be hard for everybody, no matter what. And I do think that that's the case, right? And you know, is it easy for me to sit here? Yes, but also at the same time, while I'm sitting here talking to you guys, I am thinking about, oh my God, am I going to go live on TikTok? Am I going to be able to make my rent this month if I don't go live on TikTok right now playing Fortnite, et cetera? Like that is the thought process that is going on in my brain, right? That is the thought process that's existing in my brain right now. You know what I mean? Like there's a mental, I think, challenge to it, you know? In a different way, in a different regard. Because it's, you know, it's just a different type of thing, you know. Really not my current very time job, I don't think, but project management role, yes. So I believe it when you actually start to be good. Yeah. I think a lot of people like to think that others have it better, but once you actually get to know their lives, yeah. Yeah, I think that and again, like I am, and again, this is not me saying like my job is harder than the guy outside. I'm not like, that job is challenging too, because they're just different jobs. When I worked as a cashier, I hated it because I had to be, you know, I'd have a shift and I didn't want to go from 4 to 10 p.m. and I hated it. And when I worked my 9 to 5 job, I hated it because if I was 2 minutes late, I got knocked for it. And I had a half an hour lunch break and it was miserable. And I hated sitting in that chair doing office work. Like it's just, and this job is different because there's mental hurdles with it, right? It's just different things, right? Honey Bun, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? We're yapping about jobs. Welcome in. Yeah, that's the thing too, Potato Chip. Yeah. Yeah. I think she got clipped out of, I think part of her thing was she got clipped out of context. Sure, Republican. I think part of it was she got clipped out of context because she said something like, if you think streaming is easy, you go ahead, go online and do it. And like that, it was a clip taken out of context, and that was the clip that blew up when it was like, that's actually not what she was saying. Can I think of the follow? Had to end because I ate ice cream. Girl, that was me the other day. I had an ice cream sandwich and I almost shit my pants. So you know what, twins? Yeah, like I think she was referencing Michaela, like it was a joke. Yeah. Yeah, it was like, and that's what got taken out of context, right? And so that blew up. But like, again, am I talking about I hate project management with certain projects you may be aware of? Played yes. So be very careful with my current creative projects. Exactly. And I'll be real with you guys. I love streaming. I loathe sometimes content creation because I don't often think I'm creative enough for that side of things, right? And I constantly overthink about it to the point of no regard. And that is a lot of my job, though, is content creation outside of streaming, right? But there's a mental hurdle with that, right? You know what I mean? There's all those things, right? And there's mental hurdles with all of it, right? And it's hard because, to be real, like everyone's like, oh, just play, you get to play Fortnite all day. And it's like, yes, but also no. I'm not like, I'm telling you guys, if I was playing Fortnite just for fun, my lights would be off. I wouldn't be talking. I would be, lounging on my couch being like, hey, hey fuckers, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Let's do it again, literally. But this to me, I'm like doing I'm talking for, 6 hours at a time or 7 hours. 6, 7. And I'm also, dealing with trolls, sometimes not enjoying the game. I can't just put the game down after several. I can't walk away from the game as easily as like if I was, play 5 rounds and be like, okay, I'm done for the day, Also, if I would be down with, by the way, like there is a difference to it, right? Like, I think people think streaming is just playing video games, and it's like, it isn't just that. Even just, I'm not even talking about content creation. I'm talking about what I do right now for the next hour or several hours is in and of itself a different type of thing. It's not just like sitting and playing games and chatting. I mean, some people do it that way. And I think some people who start out streaming and are doing it for a hobby do it that way, but they're not like, they're just playing games with their friends and going live at the same time, Exactly, Lauren. Yeah. It's just like there's no thing there, Especially here. Exactly, Cassie. Exactly, right? Like, because burnout happens. And you guys know I talk about it all the time. We're gonna so bad. Yeah, I can imagine. I talk about it all the time. I talk about how sometimes I'm burnt out on Minecraft or Fortnite, And I love these games, but you have to understand, like, I'd have to play it 7 hours a day every single day for 6 days straight, right? That's the hard part about it, right? I think if you don't care what others think for as kind of a streamer, your goal is to get people to like you, so they watch and engage. It's a lot of pressure. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and also I get, some of the nastiest DMs I've ever read in my entire life every night. You know what I mean? That doesn't bother me because I have a thicker skin, and that is not a portion of content creation that bothers me at all. But there are people that's like a hard part of the job, right? And so I think all of it is subjective, I think all of it is subjective, Oh yeah, for sure, Republican. In that a job is harder than another, Yeah, like I'm not playing that's the thing, and I think it's very interesting. I'm not playing Fortnite. Like I am playing Fortnite and I am playing Minecraft. I am doing those things, obviously. But when I am streaming, I am also entertaining. I am also looking at goals, doing metrics, keeping track of, you know, haters in chat, keeping track of several different things happening all at the same time, right? It is not just me playing a game, right? And that's the same thing for vanilla, the same thing for every streamer most of the time. I mean, it depends on the streamer, I guess. But for me, at the very least, I'm not like the game is actually the easy part of it. I know I've crashed out on the game and get burned out on the game. The game is actually not the issue. It's everything else that can go into it on stream, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah, we're kind of just yapping a little bit. Self-discipline, yeah. Self-discipline is a big part for me too, right? That's a big part of streaming as well. And a big part of this job too that I struggle with. I struggle with a lot of things outside of the hours that I stream of getting work done, recording videos, making content because I don't love it. I love it, but I don't love it. I'm trying to find things that I'm passionate about to make content about where I want to do it, but I'm struggling to find that. And the hard part is you have to always be scaling it, right? It can be an isolating thing. Do you monitor your account while streaming? I do. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. And this is my number one issue as a streamer and as someone who I've always struggled with this, but I do. I do very much so. I don't so much on Twitch. Twitch, I mean, I have it up right now, but Twitch is very consistent. I will always have anywhere from like 180 to 220 people, no matter what. Honestly, no matter what I do, whether I'm, taking a nap or, I don't know, throw myself out the window or playing Fortnite. Doesn't really matter. We'll always have a consistent base there. It's TikTok that I pay more attention to. And I'm trying not to. But that's what I talk about when I talk about the mental hard part of the job, right? For me. That's the hard part of the mental of the job for me too, right? Like that's kind of what I mean is like those are the hard things. When you watch something not succeed that you want to succeed, and you think of the repercussions that come down the line because of that, right? And that's similar with other jobs too, Yeah, right. That's similar with other jobs too. It's not just one job where that happens. It's similar with other jobs, right? And so that's what I think is harder about it, I think that's what it's that's what I have today. I think that's what's harder about it. What do you want to succeed in right now? What I want to succeed in right now is, girl, I don't know. There are many things I want to succeed in. I think the question is, in what area of what I do I want to succeed in? I would like to build 3 pillars of content that exist that are, and I've talked about this, that are steady for me and scalable. My 3 pillars being my short form content, my live streams, and my long form content. Shadow Gamer, I don't know if we're gonna play anything today. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. We might not play anything today. I'll be real with you. We've been live already for 2.5 hours. We're just yapping. If money, promotion, etc. wasn't a problem, what would you change on the planet right now? If money wasn't, well, I would change a lot of things. I would open a play that would really attract Donald Trump to come and watch. And then I would find some people who were really great at doing something that happened to somebody named Abraham Lincoln. And then I would host that play. And that's what I do. That's what I'd start with. Probably. That's where I'd thought. That's where I'd start. And I'd also star in the play because, I feel like that'd be the fun thing. Hi, Betty. Hello. Just an idea. But in terms of me, if money were not the issue, wow, yeah. if money were not the issue for me, I would stream less and really hone in on my content, long form and short form. I would stream less and hone in on those two things more. I would still stream a lot, but I would stream less and very much focus in on those things, and probably hire a lot of people to help me with those things. Very specifically. Very specifically. Do you stream Minecraft? We do. Yeah. I haven't today, but we do. That's philosophical, Bulkin. That's something my therapist asked me. And I'd play whatever. I probably wouldn't play a lot of games. I mean, I would, but I'd just be like, I do what we're doing literally right now all the time. And we'd hop on this game and hop on this game and hop on this game and then do whatever the fuck we want to do. You know what? And it wouldn't matter. That's what I would do, probably. I think. Because my idea, my concept of like what I think what would you do for content if making a living or algo didn't matter? This. Probably not today, Killer. I'm sorry, friend. Probably not today. This, but gaming still. I like gaming, but I've also never thought of myself exclusively as a gamer, which is funny because I'm a gaming streamer, but I've never exclusively thought of myself as a gamer. Ever. Ever, right? But I don't know what else to do. I think the hard part for me right now as a person and as a being is like, I think my streams are, I think what I succeed well in is my live streams. I do. I think, and I think my Fortnite live streams, my Minecraft live streams, I think I've built a way to succeed in them very well. And if I wanted to like lock in and focus on those, I could scale those like crazy, right? I could. I actually know I could. I know I could. I know I could end up being, you know, a Nick A30 style type audience with like, and do that type of content. I know that I could. That's not what I want to do, so I won't do it. You know what I mean? But I know that I could. I know that I could do that because I understand that. What I don't understand is people like Vanilla Mace, is streamers like KDB, is streamers like Queso, or even just content creators in general who are able to do things that are just open-ended. That is what I do not understand. I don't understand that. I struggle with that. So I think it would be, but that's the type of stuff that I would like to do more of and be more of and do that the most. An alternative universe. Yeah. But I could absolutely do the skit style Fortnite shit. I could make a video a day. Like I know I could do it. And I'm not saying it's not a hard thing to do. That's not me saying. I'm just saying that is what I know I could succeed in if I wanted to, because I know how to do it. And I think I have a personality for it in a way. It's good. Yeah, just yapping. Do you think falling into a niche could help you get to vanilla style, or do you think you should pivot? I think partly there's always been a thought to me, Jazzy, where I lock in on a game and we build and we scale crazy and then we just do it. But I also know how my audience reacts, and my audience what I struggle with is, and this is not me saying you guys, this is just in general. Like I look at somebody, for example, the biggest person I think of where I'm like, this is what would happen to me. It would be, you either have one or two things happen. You become somebody like Vanilla Mace or KDB who can play whatever and do whatever, and you have 1,000+ viewers every time, right? Or more than that. Or you look at somebody like Courage JD, who's a really big Fortnite streamer, who started doing variety for the first time ever, and started playing Deadlock, and now has and I had more viewers than him yesterday. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And he normally has 4,000 to 5,000 people watching him, but the moment he played Deadlock, he had 180 people watching him, right? So that there's a risk factor to that. There's a risk factor to that, you know? And I think that's part of the problem. It's the same thing like Ninja. Ninja always, I mean, Arc Raiders kind of saved him a little bit. Um, but scalable wise, it's a tough thing. I was gonna save you something. I did. I'm new to your streams and never seen you play anything single player other than Pocopia. Did you try this and failed? We've played single player before. We played through we played The Last of Us. And we've played what else did we play this? We tried Red Dead Redemption. It's always been a TikTok thing, which is my own, I guess Sims. Yeah, I guess Sims. But storyline games. I think Ling is more like story type games, you know. Oh yeah, the dating game too. I guess that counts a little bit. TikTok is very temperamental. And at the time, Purple was too. Twitch was too. At the time that we were playing those games and doing those things, Twitch also was temperamental. Like both were at the same time. I miss that dating game. Yeah. That's the thing too, is a lot of people come and be like, when are you going to play Power Wash Simulator? Or when are you going to play Water Park Simulator? I'm like, guys, like I played the game. You know what I mean? It's like, I've played it already. I think that's another facet of streaming that's tough too, is like people come in being like, when are you going to play this game again? Or like play, and I'm like, girl, we played the game. Like, what else do you want me to do? You know, it's like a clown can only dance the same dance every day, you know? That's part of the problem, I think, too, with some of it. It's like when you finish something, it's like, I don't want to play it 15 more times when there's nothing left to do, you know? What game do you get the most views with? Fortnite, usually. Fortnite will always... Fortnite and Minecraft now. Yeah, and like, listen, this is not me. I'm not talking about like views anymore. I'm talking more just about my content in general. I tweeted the other day. I tweeted out, "What work was so fun?" Yeah, I tweeted out, "Is there VODs of those recorded?" No, there was, but they're gone. I believe, unfortunately. Pure design, pillar content. What do you want your long form content to be? I literally tweeted this out yesterday. So, I said streams are a place to hang out with me live where we game and yap, what we're doing right now. You know, short form is meant to be like a FaceTime with a friend where we're you know, very similar, you know, that type of thing. Long form is to be entertained, to entertain you guys, to do more polished things if I wanted to, whether it's like a podcast thing, whether it's you know, hosting something specific, doing something unique, doing like a vlog style, but a little more polished and put together. Those are sort of my pillars of content ideas. Unfortunately, and this is just the reality, I struggle. There are two things that are true right now for me. One, I struggle very hard to either create that content. Thank you, so I appreciate it. I struggle very hard to create that idea, the ideas and the concepts of like just chatting. I struggle with the idea. It's very hard. Although I'm very quippy on stream, guys, I am not very quippy when I'm at like when I feel like I have to be on a camera type situation. And so part of the issue, one, is my content struggles because of that, right? I'm not good at like crafting short form content or crafting long form content. What do you say, girl? I struggle those two things. I struggle with those two things, right? To craft something that's good. And then the other thing for me is the audience doesn't like it. Our current audience does not. The stuff that I do create that isn't a Fortnite gaming clip, the audience is not as interested or involved in it. And so that's the other section of it too. No, Jazzy, I don't do any of them. I do some editing for it, but mostly it's Mallard or I have a team of folks as well. I work with the people who work with Happy's team. I work with the people who work with Happy's team. But Mallard is like one of our main editors. If that makes sense, right? And like somebody pointed out, like, and this is what I mean by this. So like, so I posted on Twitter, I was like, I'm struggling to make traction in other things. And I was like asking, I was like, does anybody have any ideas or thoughts? And somebody gave me actual critiques on my video, my 2 latest Pokemon videos, and was like, in my opinion, I think the topic of the video and how you talk about it in your video is most important. My reasoning for this is your current audience may not be interested, but new eyes watching you are. I watched your Pokemon Scalpers video, and I think it would benefit from you actually recording the legs and feet of the scalpers at Walmart to include in your video. Just showing how much passion you have for a topic goes a long way. So maybe more anger without seeming fake is necessary. Also, for your video recording your Pokemon binder, it took you 5 seconds to explain at the opening of the video what was going on and opening up your binder. Doing it in the video will help you get to the actual meat of the video faster. So it's just things like that that I conceptually struggle with. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like those types of details that are very key for that very specific style of content. And that's not just Pokemon. That's like yapping content. That's generalized content. That's not your Fortnite gaming clip, you know? I don't know, Sam. It's been all over the place. I mean, I don't really know because we've never really dived into it too much. Because I've really wanted to, I think trying to do 3 at once is really hard. I think honing in on one is really good, and then honing in on another, and then honing in on another. Play. Yeah, it's the mental strategy of it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But like, if you look at my top performing videos right now, like, like my last Fortnite video, guys, had 17.7, like 17,000 views. My current Pokemon video I posted this morning has 700. Right? And that's because, and it's not, it is true that my audience doesn't like to interact with the, I mean, just statistically, my audience does not want to interact with content that is not Fortnite content. Statistically, it's not even a bad thing. It's just statistically. And I know this because a majority of y'all comment on the Fortnite videos being like, "Oh my god, hysterical." But we're not getting it on other content. And I'm not saying that's you guys' fault. I'm just saying in general, my audience, my base audience in general is not interested in that content. And so it doesn't gain a lot of traction that way because of my old audience. And then also I struggle to hook in new viewers because I don't have the right strategy for new viewership with that type of content. Right? And so that's part of the struggle for me as a creator is doing that, you know? In a long time. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Again, I don't know, right? It's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles, right? And it's and because that I don't understand it and because I don't really know how to do it, there's lots to just keep track of, oh Lord. Yeah. And that's what I mean by streaming is a tough job too, because this is the stuff that people don't conceptualize or think about, right? This right here is the stuff people don't understand about the job. You know, it's my job is not, my job is entertaining, but also my job, as Mallard just said, is statistics and predictions and trends and algorithms. That is my job. That is my job, you know? Yeah, just that's what we were talking about earlier. Like that clip was like kind of pulled out of context. I don't think we're gonna play anything sharpest. We're kind of just yapping a little bit. Controlled right now, yeah. It's very stressful. So and that's part of it, right? And then at the same time, being able to explore new content while also trying to hit goals financially is also a big portion of the job too, right? Like, you know what I mean? Thank you, Miss Riesel, too. Let me state right now, I'm putting this out there very clearly. This is not me saying, I need you guys to gift. But like, for example, statistically, usually 3 hours in, we have hit the goal on Twitch. Usually when I'm playing Fortnite or Minecraft, those 2 games. What? Bubble Kitten, what do you mean? Sunday. Oh, because I said let's game to escape these guys. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's fine. That the Twitch bio, the Twitch title does not. People don't even read it. People don't read it. That's not an issue. I promise you, it's not an issue. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. Not to mention how many streamers have to have other jobs. Yeah. Should they can afford to live? You know, there's a yeah. It's not. We're just yapping right now. For right now, it's fine. If I change, it's fine. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. And that's part of it too, right? That's the mental like gymnastics, a little bit of it. So, anyways, that's the tea, that's the shade. So it's like I don't know, but that's where I'm at currently in my process of everything. Of like, okay, what do I have to do to make like why didn't this video do well? Why didn't this go the way it was supposed to? You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the tea, right? And that's okay, but it's just that my audience specifically followed me for one specific thing for Fortnite, right? Yeah. Twitch is like just not. There's no algorithmic thing. It matter more on TikTok, I guess. And so that's part of it is like trying to build a new audience also while still having and maintaining what we currently have. That's the thing, That's the I don't know, process, the struggle, not the struggle, but the process of it all, I guess, in a way that goes into it. So that's the gymnastics that I do in my brain. And that's where I lose motivation. That's where I struggle. That's why I don't like making content outside of stream and honestly, I probably would have less burnout on the games that I play if my other things were slightly more successful. Does that make sense? Like, I think that's a big part of the burnout of the games that I do have is that it is sometimes if other things were working and being more successful in what I wanted to do, I feel like I'd be like, yeah, let's play Minecraft for 8 hours. You know what I mean? But there is a part of me that's like, right? And I think that also goes into it too. For 2 years ago, and you've introduced me to some games. I love that. I have to go start doing streams. Yeah, exactly, right? So there's like, I think that also is part of it too, right? Yeah. And then I wouldn't have to go so hard during streams where it wouldn't matter, right? And we'd play it, and we'd play and do what we do and have a good time, And that's okay. I mean, listen, like and let me be very clear. I am thankful that this is what I have to worry about for my job, right? Like I'm very thankful that those are the stresses. But at the same time, just go to your YouTube and watch the Pokemon short, and that's fire. Which one? The most recent one from today. Yeah. I like that one too. It's curious what the traction will be on it, right? It's still too early to tell. I don't know. I was looking at my office job. I think most people feel stuck or worried in all jobs. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, you can always have upward progression, but still feel stuck where you're at, right? Like, I can look back a year ago and see how we are completely different than we were a year ago, but still feel like, oh my God, things are not in the direction that I think they should be, right? That's normal. That's normal for any job, right? Because the reality is the gaming is my job. It's not my hobby anymore, which is okay. But I do think part of it is like, if my vloggy style stuff, it didn't matter what I played, content was something I was better at. And I do think part of it, it's not just that my audience doesn't want it and in general, it's also that I don't think that I'm 100% good at it to the level that I'm good at Fortnite and I'm good at Minecraft or advertising those things, right? I think I do struggle with that specifically. And I also think I struggle because a lot of the people who have given me suggestions for content or like tried to help me with my content are the people who are built around the gaming world. And that's great, but the type of content that I'm actually, at the end of the day, that we're ending up trying to produce is not always gaming related content, right? And so my brain is in the world of the Fortnite type videos, the funny, clip style stuff. And it's like, I need to get better at figuring out how to make engaging videos that have nothing to do with that, right? Um, and so that's also part of my journey right now. And so because I struggle with that, I right now mentally have bad motivation with it. So I struggle to do it, right? And it's not because they're not succeeding, it's not that I don't want to do it. I do. It's that there's a lot of other things I have to keep track of first in my brain before I can like, and that's I think part of the problem for me too. Hi Ethan, how are you? Is like I have to go live for 6 hours, right? You know what I mean? Um yeah, but I think so too. And I do. I think it's execution. I think it's execution. And I think that, but that in and of itself is the skill. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm not like good at, like, I know what I'm good at. You know what I mean? I think it's just finding the way to execute it that I struggle with the most. That's part of the problem, right? That's part of or at least that's part of the journey or the discussion around it, you know? And I also think too, my content doesn't align often, right? And I do something new, you know? Who it reaches, yeah. Like for example, like if I make a Pokemon video, but all I post is besides that is Fortnite content, the audience does not align, right? And so like that's the tough thing with niching, or there's an upside and a downside to niching, in that when you niche, it's easier to grow one specific type of thing because you focus in on one community, but also it's harder because you are unable to pivot as successfully or to open yourself up to more than what you have built. What you have built, you know? Yeah, I don't think I'm part of it's more so that I just need help. I need a better understanding. And I think part of it is I don't know. And I think it's okay to admit that I need help with that because I don't know, right? There are things that I'm good at. I'm great at yapping. I'm fantastic at yapping. I mean, we've been here for 2 hours and 47 minutes, and I've held basically 200 people the entire time sitting here and just yapping about shit, right? I'm good at being entertaining on Fortnite. I'm good at being sassy. I'm good at, making Fortnite clips. I'm good at all of those things, right? That is what I'm good at, right? And the people that I know and work with are good at making those things with me and for me. What we struggle with is anything outside of that right now, and how to conceptualize that and how to package it and how to create it in a way that is engaging for people who aren't involved in it, for new people who don't know me, who are like, who the fuck is Zesty Bestie and why would I care? You know? You know what I mean? And so I think that in and of itself is my journey right now, but also the stress of it in terms of there's another side to the coin that exists at the same time, right? Like if there was all the money in the world and all the creative freedom, I'd be like, oh my God, let's spend hours just diving into it. I don't have that. You know what I mean? I finish streaming, my brain's dead. Like I'll be done with this stream, guys. I can't do anything for the rest of the day. Not because I don't want to, but because I just don't have the mental, like I put a lot of energy, even just this is a lot of energy for me personally. But that's just who I am as a person, right? And then part of it too is in the mornings before I do and I record content or whatever, I'm also thinking about 15 other things at the same time of like, okay, I got to do this, you know what I mean? There's like the business side of things that I'm doing at the same time. So it's like, there isn't necessarily a day of like focus. And part of me is like, do I take a day and not stream and highly focus on that specifically? But then also part of me is like, well, there goes a day of income, right? That's it. And that's the other, that's the balance of it all. Sorry, I always feel like we end up, God, on a fucking conversation about being a streamer and like my content shit. I always feel so, not that you guys aren't interested in it, because obviously you're asking me questions about it, but I always feel like we always end up on this conversation when we get to just chatting. I always feel like we end up here. You know what I mean? I love that. Mm-mm. Totally good, but then perhaps no, no, I get it, Bubblekin. I guess my question is no, I mean like I guess I don't understand what you're saying, but that's okay. That's okay. I guess I understand what you're saying, but that's all right. I'm not talking about my gameplay. My gameplay has nothing to do with anything. This is I'm talking about like my content outside of gameplay. My gameplay shit's just all for shits and giggles, you know? And make hour-long video essays. Yeah. And that's the other thing too, is like, I think also part of what I've discovered myself as a creator is actually what am I passionate about? That's the hard thing. And that's a deeper question than probably I want to get into right now with all y'all. But I think a deeper question for me is, what am I interested in talking about? What am I passionate about? Right? What is the thing that like actually brings me joy to talk about? Boobs, exactly. But like realistically, and I think that's what I struggle with the most out of everything, is actually what do I enjoy talking about? And I don't know. And that's where I think that's what I struggle with my content the most outside of gaming. I think gaming is very easy for me to have as a vehicle because it allows me to interact with people. I think alone, it's like, what am I passionate to talk about? I think tables a lot. I do. But also, I talk about it because I do it as a way to react to you guys, right? And that's something I actually had a great conversation with somebody who's like a content strategist. I was like, I think the reason my streams do so well, and also sometimes struggle with my growth, is because I do most of my content is the give and take with you guys, right? Even in Fortnite, even in Minecraft, right? Like the games that are there, but what we do, what is my you guys provide me with the source. I really hate to say it, but you guys are the people who give me the like shit to come back with. And it just happens naturally. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then it's easy. And then it's easy peasy for me. It's like, yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like pull me in for exactly right. That's what I think I do so well, right? That's what I do great. You guys are you are the source material. I mean, you really are. I mean, look at how many my clips that do the best are my out of pocket clips where I'm sassing chat or making a reaction to what you guys are saying, right? 9 times out of 10, almost I would say 80% of my clips are me reacting to something with chat. Rather than like good gameplay or a funny moment on stream, it's like, it's that, right? I love that. And that means a lot to me. And I do love that, right? And I think there's pros and cons to me being able to react to chat as much. I think one of the cons is sometimes it's actually harder to grow as a streamer, as a gaming streamer, because I'm very interactive, which I love being. And that's why I want to do like how Vanilla does, because that's my core, right? But also at the same time, when I play a game where I cannot be interactive, our audience does fall off. And I think that is part of the issue too, right? That's like when I play Marvel Rivals, for example, I hate it. The silence is crazy. Like I hate it. Because it is just a different type of thing. It is a different type of thing because like when I am playing something that necessarily is not a game where I am able to actively be like what the whole time, does the audience die, which is okay. That's all right. You know what I mean? That's not a problem. But also that is a problem in terms of like expansion and growth into variety as a person. And I think that is a big reason why variety doesn't often work for me always, because I think the games that I pick for variety are games that I'm not able to do or it's something that doesn't inspire people to make a funny comment and I can't give a funny quip back, right? Minecraft and Fortnite are very easy for you guys to give me funny shit to say and for me to get back with funny shit. Pokopia, for example, not necessarily something that's funny that's happening all the time. Sims was one that is exactly that type of thing, exactly that type of structure. Marvel Rivals, most of the time you guys are overwhelmed as shit and don't know what the fuck's going on. So how are you gonna give me something funny so I can react to it? You know what I mean? Same with Deadlock. Same with, I'm trying to think of other games that we've tried that just did not work successfully, but you know what I mean? And I think that's a big part of why my variety, sorry, now we're moving away from like content creation more into like the streams, but like why that struggles so much. And I watch, it's very interesting to watch it happen. It's very interesting. Like we'll be playing, like the day that I did the Fortnite with you guys, did Fortnite, and then we switched to Marvel Rivals. It was so interesting, just as, not even as like a negative thing, but just to watch chat interaction in that space. It's so unique because usually we have at least a message at least 2 messages, 3 messages every minute. When we were doing Rivals, it was like, you know what I mean? Well, it may be affecting your mental health a little. It's entirely with emotional growth. Sure. Yes. Maybe. Yes. But yeah, so like, yeah, 1,000 Graves on Sims, right? But that's and I'm learning that actively, and that's why streams on TikTok do specifically very well when you play games that are high reaction based games. You know, for example, fucking what's that, Ball Guys or whatever, where you're just dropping balls and they're matching up and doing whatever. You see the streamers, they have thousands of viewers because they're just fast-paced, quick style games, right? But that's the attention span of the world right now. And I think that is part of it. I think part of it is my Ball Guys, yeah. Is that what it's called? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? That it's like that mobile game, basically. A good mobile kitten. At the worst times, no. I mean, listen, no one is expected to chat. That's not what I'm saying at all. You know, it's literally just. Wait, what is Ball Guys? It's it's like Ball Guys. It's literally. I'm trying to think of what it is. No. It's, oh my god, guys, hold on. I'll pull up a video of it to show you. Hold on. It's stupid, guys. It's not even like a. Is there like a video? Okay. This game. Okay, hold on. Let me switch to my thing here so you can see. Oh my god, hold on. I'm on an ad. This game where they're dropping balls to have you guys not seen streamers do that? They have like thousands of viewers play this fucking game. This one. Never seen it? Yes, I've seen it. Oh my god, no. It just might not be on your FYP because you're like, you have Fortnite or something. But there's a lot of streamers. There's a very big category of streamers who play this type of game. And it's not just this game alone, but it's this style of game. It's the arcade game. It's the arcade game. Oh, it's like the first one? Yeah. It's the arcade game. Is that like an interactive game with gifts? Not really, no. But they just have high viewership. They have like the one guy I see play all the time that pops on my FYP. He always has 1,000 people watching him. Always has 1,000 people watching him. Every time. I'm always like, damn, that's crazy. On TikTok specifically. I mean, this game would do ass on Twitch because it's not built for that type of thing. But that's what I mean. But the reason why it's so whatever is because it's a high. It's a quick attention span shit, you know, which is something I know from TikTok in general anyways, but yeah, fast paced. But besides the point to say, like, that's why I think a lot of my content, hate that I'm unable to look away. That's why it works. That's why I think a lot of my content, the best type of content we do is when it's interactive. Like I'm able to give quips with you guys, right? And that's why other games struggle or fall off, is because if it's not something that I'm able to be enthusiastically with you all 100% of the time, it doesn't translate, right? It doesn't translate, right? So it's partly that, and then it's also partly my what I'm passionate talking about outside of stream. Because I don't know. I don't know. And that's what I struggle with. I'm like, people are always like, you should just like yap about like different pop culture things. And I'll be like, okay. And then I'll go to sit and record something and I'm like, this is stupid as shit. I'm like, I don't want to fucking talk about this. I'm like, this is actually dumb. I'm like, I don't actually like this. You know what I mean? Yeah, Euphoria does come out tonight, I think, newest episode. I'm like, this is actually not good content. I'm like, this is just stupid shit where I'm just like saying things to say things, you know? Um, and I'm not executing it well. I think also being like, I think also part of it is just the execution of that content, right? And that's the thing. That's I think the whole point I'm trying to take is like, I think the thing that is stinting our growth as a community in live streams and also my content is the execution. No, it's not editing. It's literally the way we set up a video, the way I record it, the way it's me. It's me. It's not editing at all. Very specifically, right? I think that's like it's the execution of it, you know, making me like, yeah. So yeah. I don't know what we're talking about. Your expertise. I don't even want, but that's the thing is, do I want to? And I think that's the whole thing, right? Like I always get suggestions of people being like, you should talk about this or talk about this. And then I'm like, do I want to? Like, I think what I love the most is just interacting with you guys. And I know that's crazy because sometimes I can be a real bitch to y'all. But like the thing I really do love the most is that more than anything else. And so what I struggle with is being like, God, I'm not passionate about anything else. And that's what I struggle with. Sorry, it's a little bit deeper than I plan to get right now on a Sunday afternoon. But it's the truth. In that I'm like, I don't know if I have a passion for a topic. You know? Like there are, you know, I just don't know if I do. Yeah, I think part of that is good too. Yeah. And it's like, yes, like all of those things I think are really great. I think again, it's just like, okay, how do we do that? You know what I mean? It's that type of stuff. But like, so like I tried to do Reddit reacts, right? Where I was reacting to Reddit stories and I was like, this is I was like, you know what? This is stupid because it's not real. It's not authentic to me. There's like, I'm like putting on a farce. And I think that's part of the problem too. Like I recorded a long time ago, recorded videos about me like reacting to Reddit stories, like the am I an asshole shit or reacting to whatever. And it was like, I don't know. My bread and butter is you guys, you know? That's what I love. That's what I love to do. And that's what I'm good at. I think interviewing is definitely something more, you know? That kind of emailed. Yeah, that was kind of fun. It was hard, but it was fun. But I think interviewing, you like to react with us because we can react with you. Exactly. And you guys give me stuff where I can be authentic. I think that's an important thing too. Some of the best moments on stream are things that obviously were not planned, never have been planned. You know what I mean? Some of the best moments that exist for me as a person are things where it's authentically just happening. We tried that, Mallard. We do that. Hi, George. And what I think part of the problem is it's really hard to even take moments of that from stream and make that into short form content that's like relatable and fun, and people are like, oh yeah, let me watch that. You know what I mean? Because they're not there live in the moment. Because I think what the entertainment value is being here when it's happening. You know, it's like a you had to be there thing. Exactly. Because I'll be real with you guys, I'm not that funny. I mean, I'm funny. Don't get me wrong. I'm funny. I think I'm funny, but I'm not that funny. Yeah. But the thing for me, I react when you guys react to things. Like, so for example, when we're reacting to a video, a lot of times you guys will give me the comment and I'll run with it. If I were to watch something by myself and put a camera up, I struggle to find shit to say that feels authentic. Yes, it's feeding off of you guys. I think that's the big thing. And that's kind of what I've said for a long time in terms of execution and discovery and whatever, is it's like, we are, yeah. It's crowd work, babes. It's crowd work. It literally is, though. You know, like you guys make a joke about something, and then I'm able to, like, in my brain, I'm like, oh yeah, let me riff off of that. I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of one off the top of my head right now, but like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a specific moment. There's so many though that I could name, you know. Like earlier we were talking about Pokemon and somebody mentioned something about Machoke and saying like Machoke me. Like you guys were the one who fed me the Machoke me stuff. You know what I mean? Like you guys were the ones who fed me the Machoke me stuff. Right? And then I ran with it. I ran with it from there. That as an example. And that was just an accident. Yeah. Yeah, those things are fun, right? But those are things that you guys know. It's like the other portion or the other concept of this type of stuff is like, say you are scrolling by and you actually don't know me at all. Are you gonna stop and watch that? Like, is that entertaining to you? And like, I know a lot of you right now will answer yes, but the reality is like, no, you know what I mean? And that's partly the execution of the video, partly the execution of how I filmed it, how I structure things, you know. So anyways, I feel like a lot of that, I feel like we've been yapping about that for a hot minute, but it's like riff. Yeah, it is. Like I will say, like, I am not that fun. I mean, I'm funny, but I am like, I'm not funny when I have to be. Like when I sit on that chair and put that camera in front of me and it's not some like, it's like it's like, girl, it's out the window. It's out the window for me. Exactly. We feed off each other. And that's, I think, part of the big problem with my yapping content or like or what we're trying to like pivot to. It's like, okay, how do I build that? And it's the same thing with my streams, as I said earlier. Same thing with my streams in that the reaction is what you guys come to watch for, right? And so if it's not a game that I can react often and funny to, and you guys are like it's not like something you're super invested in to like give material to me, I guess it doesn't, there's the back and forth doesn't exist as much, you know. I think so too. Hell yeah, I think so too. Absolutely. And so it's like, okay, how do I take that essence of my what we do when we react to things that are so funny on stream that we all love and that I think are funny, and turn that into a way that I can create quality, good short form and long form content that has nothing to do with stream, right? And I think that's the struggle as myself as a creator that I'm struggling with. It's a difficult thing. Oh, I know. A lot of you do, and a lot of you do, right? A lot of you do. But unfortunately, it doesn't, it's a scalable thing too. It's a, 200 views on TikTok is like, I don't even know, $1 in your gas tank. You're not getting nowhere. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. Sadly, Yeah, similar. Like I love those, yeah. And those are great. And what I say about those is like that type of content is for the girls. And that it's for you guys. You know what I mean? But it's not for the world. Because the world isn't necessarily interested in that, right? Because they don't know me. nor do they know what we do anyways. You know, God, we really went on we're on a weird stream today. It's so odd. The Sunday stream is so interesting to me. It's kind of funny. I mean, I don't hate it, but it's kind of funny. It's so funny. I'm like, oh, okay. I love it. Yeah. And it's just like kind of, statistically. Well, girl, I don't know. Yeah, none of us know, none of us really know, I bake bread while we yapped. I love that. But it's just, it's something that exists, right? And that's okay. And that's okay, right? We figure it out and we take a moment and we figure it out. Sell more toast is a solution. Yeah. No, I don't know. I just like, I think it's a hard thing because I'm just like, God, I don't know what to do. And I don't like being told what to do. As you guys know, I fucking hate being told what to do. But also, this is something I'm not experienced in. And so it's like, what do I do? It's a very philosophical thing. I would love, oh my God, hell yeah. Great idea. Great idea. A bag chart would be so cute. Yes, exactly. And I agree with you, Lil Tutu. And Jordan, no, we are working on it. It's just that also I'm struggling because I'd be sitting by myself in that chair without you guys. Without you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's the hard thing. You can tell me what to do. I know. And that's the thing, It is hard. It is. It is. We got such a clip manager too. Yeah. All I would say is that this community is very welcoming here at TikTok, which is good for you to grow, but that's during streams. So you'll see us come up with ideas by yourself. Yes. Yes. And that's the thing is like, I think what we do and create on streams is wonderful. I know. Yeah. I mean, the unfortunate thing is I exist in a world where there's no one else to riff with me. in a way, unfortunately, virtual podcasts kind of died after COVID. It's much better to do podcasts with somebody else in the room live with you. And I don't have that. You kind of have to have like somebody in the room with you. Podcasts now that are like virtual are just not as good. I've thought about my mom, but my mom is just, she can't do it every week. She can't do it even every month, Real life people know. I know. I've thought about it though. But it's like, you got to kind of have them in the room with you, You know what I'm saying? And so but what Marisol said is exactly, I think, the full thing. Exactly the full problem that we exist, I love that, Jenna. And I think that's the journey, or that's what I have to figure out. That's what I have to figure out. And for some, it's easier because it's like you already have the audience and it doesn't matter. And that's for me, what I'm trying to do is do something that isn't what probably most streamers would do logically. Or at least logically, in that I'm trying to now pivot from just being a gaming streamer to being all of the above, like a creator, that streams. Right. And I think that's a big part of it. You know what I mean? Because do I think like I could make a lot of Fortnite clips? Yeah. I have a back pocket, guys. We have like 30 clips that I have not posted of Fortnite clips that are just sitting ready to go. You know what I mean? Like I have that content. And it'll probably do pretty well, But the issue is like that's not what I want to do, And I really don't feel that I'm in that. And I'm very thankful to say I do not actually feel like I'm in that box. I know a lot of times I'm like, but really we're not in that box. We're not in that box. But if I continue down one path, it could put me in that box, in your Marie Kondo era. Yeah. especially on Twitch. TikTok is crazy. Yes, yes. I mean, like, listen, that's what I mean. Like Brittany Broski, like she's so natural at it, right? Like I think and I know Brittany Broski has some controversy as a person in general, but I think Brittany Broski does so well what I do with you guys. What I do with you guys. Like I think her comedy, I think the way she's just able to like naturally riff off of herself almost is what I'm able to do when I am live with you guys. I'm not saying I'm like as funny as Brittany Broski, but I'm saying like that type of stuff is what builds that community. And I struggle very hard to figure out how to do that without you. Wild to say. Because the reality is she's not like talking about a specific subject. And I think that's part of it too. Like a lot of people are like, you should talk about this subject or this subject. She's not talking about a subject. She's riffing off of herself. And that's what I'm like, because all I can think of are different subjects too, you know? Yeah, I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not that I'm discouraged by it. It's that I'm like, okay, how do I do it? You know? And how do I do it when I have no energy left, no motivation left? I'm struggling with my new mental health meds. I'm trying to sleep 8 hours a night and I'm trying to stream 6 hours a day. You know what I mean? That's the thing. That's the thing. I'm like, that's the problem. Yeah, it's like all those things combined at once, and then also being like, okay, now how do I pivot? You know, Potato Chip. I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of my money I spent this year was on consultations and on writers and on people helping me behind the scenes. The team I have right now is fantastic. Mallard is wonderful. Mallard's been with me since the very beginning, but they don't. All the people that I've worked with don't understand me. They don't understand. It's so funny. And maybe that's just because the people that I'm reaching out to or have seen or worked with me in the past are more of like the gaming style, but they don't conceptually understand what we're trying to accomplish or how to accomplish it, because it's a different world. It is a different world. Mr. Rotation, yeah. Oh, it's really paralyzing because there are probably a million ways to cut that cake, but it's like, how can you exactly? Yeah, you guys get it. I love how easy it is for me to talk to you guys and you guys understand it. Because that's the struggle that I'm struggling with right now is like, I'm trying to approach that idea, but I'm like, fuck, how do I approach that idea and make it interesting and make it fun? You know what I mean? And make it worthwhile. And make it so that if you're scrolling by, it's like, yeah, you know? And that also I want to make it. You know what I mean? Because fuck, I could absolutely sit in that chair and say, this is this week's Fortnite news and do my Fortnite news. And would it get 300,000 views? Yes. I could do that right now very easily. But I have no passion for that. Because then it's not about me, it's about the game, and I don't give a you know what I mean? And that's part of it, right? That's the big chunk of it all, right? Like, fuck, my highest performing 2 videos, guys, is me talking about the EA buyout on Sims and the Fortnite news video. Those are my 2 biggest videos. There are like millions of views on those ones. You know what I mean? Like those are my performers. And look who we are with. Yeah, and then I'm like, what is my passion? And that's the thing that I think also at the root of the cause. No, we're not playing Minecraft today. At the root of the cause is, what is the passion? They gave me viewers and some followers, yeah. Right? Because this is my passion. What I'm doing right here, this is my passion. Realistically, right here, right now, what I'm doing right now, this is it. Back to therapy. Yeah. You know, and that's why I struggle so hard outside of it to come up with content because I'm like, I'm not passionate about, like, I like talking about TV shows. I like talking about pop culture, sure. But like, I'm not passionate about it. I'm not passionate about musicians. I'm not passionate about those things, you know? You know what I mean? I'm passionate off of you guys, which is crazy. No, somebody, we were going to TikTok. Well, we ended up just yapping for 3.5 hours. We're like 3.5 hours in now. And I'm like, oh, shit. Sundays become that flex day, though, where we just like end up yapping for 3 hours. Mid-century style home decor content. And that's the thing is like, I think part of it is my brain and all of our brains immediately go to like, Addison, I don't know how long we'll be on for. Subjects to talk about, right? And I think that is part of the issue too, is like we're all, you guys all are brainstorming like, you should talk about this or you should talk about this, right? And it's like, well, actually, we should like that. Maybe there isn't a subject to talk about, but it's instead the riff, right? That's the thing. You know what I mean? And I think that's as well. Sakura, honestly, one, make a lot of content off of stream. Be very present. Yap away. And just feel seen with your audience and talk to them, communicate with them, even if you have one person in that room with you. We should do scheduled rants because there's always something. Oh, there's always something. There's always something. I mean, I always have hot takes and things, you know, but again, my hot takes only go so far. And then you guys say something and then I can go further with it. And I think that's the, I think that's the thing. Variety is the deaf way to go though, as an ADHD brain. Yeah. Like I could say like, I don't know, my hot take about Chapel Roan, right? Like just for example, and I'm not saying that I have a hot take on it right now, but that's something we've talked about in the past, right? And then you guys will give me your opinion on it, and then I can go even further with it, right? Then I'm like, yeah, let's do more. And then then we're cooking, right? But me just giving my hot take on it, it's actually very uninteresting. It's very uninteresting to start. Thank you for trying. I appreciate it. It's very uninteresting to start, right? And I think that in and of itself is like, okay, how do I and I love you all so much, but how do I take you guys out of the picture? That's the question. That's the variable that I have to remove to make things work, to still have everything work the same way. But how do I remove you guys from the picture? You know, all of those things are great things. The issue is that it's still something that I'm reacting to in and of, like, I'm not riffing off of myself, even with those questions, you know what I mean? It's like, it's still a planned, like, that's the problem, right? Unheated rivalry. Yeah. Yes. Also, we used to do them all the time, but guys, nobody submitted shit. Guys, I can't tell you the amount of fucking Google forms I've made being like, submit your ideas for content. And then I get like 4 submissions, which is totally fine. I'm not like knocking, you know what I mean? It's totally fine. It's just not a longevity type thing. You know? So anyways, all of that to say, it's a very like interesting perspective, right? And I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if it's like starting a secondary channel that isn't a gaming channel specifically. Like that is something I've thought about. But also I don't think I need to do that. I think it's about my execution more so than getting rid of something, right? Darth Vader video ages ago, yeah. Annoyingly, oh, I know. Right? Like that's something I've thought about. God, we're really going deep on this, aren't we? And then, but then also too, it's like, you know, and I think the hard part is I can't really focus on it too much because I have to do the things also that let me stay full time with you guys, right? Because then if I have to go back to working a 9 to 5 job, you're never going to fucking see me. You know what I mean? Then I just go back to playing on the weekends, and that's it. Maybe if we're lucky, and like maybe once a week, right? And so that's also part of it too. Is like, there's like the secondary thing, right? That goes with it. Because gaming, playing Fortnite and playing Minecraft and playing other games are the things that, you know, grow us in ways. One, it's sponsorship opportunities. Two, it's you know, moolah, you know, and that's the truth of it. And you guys don't like to be transparent with you guys about that shit, you know. And I try not to focus too much. I'm really trying not to focus on goals or things like that specifically, but that is like part of it, right? Like today is probably going to be, and that's okay, right? Like it's okay. I love doing this, but like today's probably our lowest day that we've had on Twitch, but that's because we're not playing a game, right? And that's okay. And that's not me saying, guys, let's get to work, but like that's just also the nature of it too, right? Lottery syndicate to fund us, yeah. Guys, let's just get into organized crime. Let's just get into organized crime, right? It's hard to when I mean, yeah. You guys get it. Y'all get it. Y'all know the tea. Y'all know the tea, the shade. Well, you said it. Well. You already are. I don't know what you mean. Yeah. This whole thing, guys, is a ploy. I actually live in organized crime. No. Every time you bring it up, you ignore it. I wish I was an organized crime. I feel like I'd be a lot cooler. I feel like I'd have a lot more things to talk about and do. Oh my God, y'all. What are we doing? It's 3.5. We're almost 4 hours in. And all I've done is just yapped this whole time. Ash, thank you for the biddies. All we've done is talked. I mean, I've loved every second of it. Don't get me wrong. It's just interesting. Oh, my fantasy mountain. I was like, why do I feel warm all of a sudden? And that's the thing too, is like I love these sessions, but also now I'm going to suffer the consequences on I'm like thinking about the consequences on TikTok for tomorrow and for the rest of the week and for whatever, right? Those are like things also that I have to think about at the same goddamn time, which is fine, you know. I think it's Bitskull. I need something to watch on Netflix. Please help. Do you ever get Fortnite burnout? Oh, girl, yeah, I do. I mean, I feel like I talk about it a lot. Maybe I don't talk about it as much as I used to. I will say this season is probably the season I have not had burnout on. I feel like this season, actually, I have not had as much burnout on. I think last season, I was so burnt out from the game. No, they didn't, Marisol. They never got back to me. Hopefully it's fixed. I don't know. I think last season, I was so burnt out on the game. I was like, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Like I was so burnt out on the game. This season is much less. I've actually been enjoying this season and playing it on stream. Usually I would like crash out hard and be like, I'm done. I can't play this game anymore. And I would be like so frustrated at it. This season I feel like has been not bad for me. I don't know. Maybe it's too early to tell, but I feel like it's been fine. I don't know. I actually feel my burnout is in Minecraft right now. But also that's just, and again, what I say to this is I actually think it's not the game. I think it's the like the other kind of what we talked about earlier. Girl, my lips are dry. I just noticed that. Girl, they're chapped. Hold on. Let me put on some chapstick. Nasty ass chapped lips. Ew. Addison, we had both going at the same time, so it wasn't that huge big of a dip, to be honest. Also, I will say, Sims we sort of filtered it off rather than like did a hard stop, you know? Says like we finished playing Minecraft. I do love Minecraft. I think for me in Minecraft right now, it's just the repetitiveness of it. I really want to do I think what I will love doing is an SMP, but like a really like invested SMP that isn't, and I love Girly Pop SMP. I love doing it. It was amazing. I had a blast doing Girly Pop SMP. Everybody's amazing. I didn't love doing the building stuff. I kind of was like, okay. Like, I don't love building shit. I mean, I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? I like doing Impocopia a little bit, but I don't love, like, you know, doing cutesy builds all the time. Like that, I kind of like lose interest in that very easily. So I feel like I need, but I feel like, or my Plex, yeah, even in Fortnite, yeah, even in Fortnite, I do. I enjoyed, like, I did enjoy our. No, you're so fine, Curl Mix. Oh my god, no, you're so fine. I mean, I feel like I talk about it enough where it's like whatever. And if I did, and I'll be real, guys, if I actually hated playing Fortnite or if I actually playing Minecraft, I wouldn't play it. That's kind of why we're not playing Sims right now. You know what I mean? We played Sims 2 a lot and Sims 3. It's good. Yeah, those are good ones. I would love to bring those back. I also think too that those games are there is like a cap to them in that, like, I got very burnt out on Sims because it was just the same shit. Like, we were just killing men and it was fun, but my god, did every stream was me, like, literally it was 5 hours of me going on a date with a man, sleeping with the man, having the man's baby, killing the man. And we did that like 6 times each stream. And that was the stream. That's kind of what it turned into. And so I was like, I can't do any more of that shit. Like, it got to the point where I was like, okay. It's so nostalgic for the, I know. I mean, Grown-Ups Day, yeah, rinse it. It was just, it was a lot of rinse and repeat in that it was like, okay. And at some point I was like, girl, we're just doing the same shit, you know? Like, I just felt like I was doing like a show every night, which is fine for a while. But after a while, you're like, okay, I need to, you know. But what I love doing and what I'm passionate about is interacting and the interaction of those things, right? And so new stuff. But I do think I would bring back Sims. There is a part of me that wants to bring it back. I think I'd have to do it. And I want to wait. What I'm waiting for actually with Sims right now is how this stuff that they're doing, that Lil Simsy and those guys are doing with the whole, like, possibly trying to stop the purchase. I want to see how EA reacts and Sims in general reacts to that current movement. They haven't said anything yet. They haven't done anything yet. And it's just starting. I'm waiting to see that before I'm like, yeah, let's bring it back in. I'm like very much like, like, I want to see what the tea, the shade, the vibe is for that before we bring back Sims. If we do, you know, if we do. But I have thought about bringing back Sims. You can try legacy challenges for something different. Yeah, we did that a little bit. The thing is also, Sims is definitely a late night game for us than a daytime game. Sims did gameplay works even with non-streamers, just play the game all the time, jump for months or years. Yeah, I mean, I think that is like with Minecraft too, you know what I mean? I think Minecraft and Sims are very similar in that you have like your phase of it for a little bit and then you're like, okay, I'm done for a year, you know? Yeah, I think we're gonna play Tomodachi Life this week. Feels like a new game, really. But yeah, those games are very like nighttime chaotic, which I do want to bring back evening streams one day. I do. I've thought about maybe doing an evening stream this week. Just one to see what happens. Just one to see what happens for fun. I feel like it's so difficult to consistently have to find ways to monetize the things that bring you joy. Girl, don't I fucking know it. Don't I know it? And like, and please, I really want to nail home, like, when I talk about this, I'm like, oh, I love what I do. I love I would take this life over any life every day. I love that I get to play Fortnite and get to play Minecraft and get to do it. I love it. Please know I love it. I just don't love it every single day, all day, right? You know, but I would choose this over anything else, hands down, 100%. You know, we want to be here for the show. Yeah, like, I love it, truly. Yeah, I think Tomodachi should be fun. I think it's on the 16th it comes out. Exactly, Hash. See, Hash gets it. Hash gets it. My name is Dr. Harry, but I would never want to play Fortnite every day. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it too. Is like, you know, the games that I used to play on stream. Also, I used to stream a lot less as well. Like, before I became a full-time streamer, I played like 2 games all the time, but I only streamed 3 times a week for maybe 3 hours at a time. So like, it's different now to play a game for 6 hours for, you know, every day, you know? And I salute the people who can. I don't know how they do it. Like I absolutely am like in awe of people like Ventress and um Happy Gal who just are able to do it every day. I don't know how they do it. I just am not that person though. And I've never been that person, nor will I ever be that person, nor do I want, I don't want to do that, you know. You put on games when you're playing them. Yeah. Would you ever play this Rouse? I should. We should do like those like crazy the ones that like GH Coffee plays all the time. See if you still hate them. Yeah, I've been playing them off stream actually. That's actually something I've been playing a ton off stream. And throwing her chair. Yeah, yeah. She does. She does. But also, like for me, I just in my soul, I said this to my therapist the other day. We're getting deep for a second here, okay? In my soul, I truly in my heart of heart believes that I am meant to do more than just stream on Twitch and just stream. And not to say that that isn't valuable and isn't a huge thing, but in my bones, I feel it. In my bones, I feel it, you know? And so it's an interesting struggle to have, I guess, in that regard. Like in what way? In like I truly believe that I am meant to move in a different direction that isn't necessarily playing video games. And that because everybody tells me they come from my personality, not the game. Every person that I've ever met has people, the streamers that I meet, the people that I meet, every time, without a doubt, always, every single person. And I think it's an entertainer. Well, Mal said an entertainer more than a gamer, you know? And I don't know how to do that. I know, and I agree with you, Potato Chip. And that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm struggling to figure that out. And that's the thing is there is a level of it's hard to start if I knew the first step to take, I would start it more. You know what I mean? If I had like I conceptually I knew how to grow my stream, right? When I started streaming on TikTok and I saw we started to grow from Animal Crossing, I knew how to do it. I knew how to scale. I knew how to grow. And when I wanted to pivot to different games like Minecraft, I knew how to do that. I was like, okay, we play Fortnite for the first 2 hours, and then we switched to Minecraft. And we did that for several months. And then we started to grow a Minecraft audience, right? Like, and now we have a very, very dedicated Minecraft audience and a very dedicated Fortnite audience. Like, I know how to do those things, right? Like, I knew the steps to take. What I don't know, and I had the skill to do both, right? What I don't know, yeah, I've thought about doing. I have a thought. I'll get to it in a second. What I don't know how to do is like the other side of it. You know what I mean? The stream of Seb. I think so too. And I think I've been talking about it for a long time. I mean, we've talked about it for I mean, guys, you guys know. For those who come to my streams, you're probably like, Vinny, this is the 80th time we've talked about this. Holy shit, man. Like, just fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? And so I think part of that is like, okay, because I love collabs. The issue with me with and here's this situation with collabs. And this is the honest to God truth, guys. I could have the funniest fucking collab you've ever seen, and it's so fun. And most of the time it works. But and again, I mean this full-heartedly. This right here, you and me, what we're doing right now, this is what holds our viewership. This is what holds the people who come to the stream and watch the stream. It's the thing that works for me with the TikTok algorithm. This is what I've been able to do. And so when I have to now take this and now do it with somebody else, and I don't have this going constantly because I'm also focused here, it peters out. It peters out in a very weird way. In a very weird way. And that's just kind of how it is, right? And I wouldn't change. I love that. I truly would rather have that than not. You know what I mean? But it does create a different set of difficulties to do other things, right? So I think collabs could be an interesting thing that are as in like engaging with us? Yes. 100%. When I do a collab, or when I do it right now, yes. So I study this because I do study it. Yes. We're working on the podcast. We're working on new artwork for the podcast. It is being done. I'm waiting till I pay my taxes tomorrow before I can send the payment to the artist to start working on it, because I have to. It's like $400, and I'm like trying to balance on my budget. that's kind of what we're on hold with it because of the artwork for it. But it is planned. It is planned. But anyways, what I was saying, so like when we do the duos on stream, when I'm talking with other people, it works great because I'm able to like continue like the random duos. It's great because I can talk with you guys, right? But the day that we did when we did like a little duo with Hidden Gem, who I love, and the collab was wonderful. Obviously, we had like 18 crashes going on. I studied it because I was just curious to see what would happen when I collabed very closely. I watched our stream dip in a way you guys have. It was so interesting. It's very interesting to watch happen. And it's not like it's like a crazy thing. Elizabeth, thank you for the sub. It wasn't like a crazy thing, but it is something noticeable, especially if it's a game where it's not like Fortnite. We can do collabs very easily, I guess. Yes. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way. Talk to us, yeah. And that's not a bad thing. Like I love it, right? But I do watch some of my favorite streamers. They're not reading every chat message. Some of my favorite streamers that I watch who are my friends, I know they're not reading I watch them. They're not reading every chat message. You know what I mean? They're focusing on the game or their duo or what's going on a lot of the time. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's not what I've built. That's not what I've built, right? And I stream, and they do too. I'm not saying they don't, but I stream to talk to you guys. Yeah, just different. It's just different. It's not bad by any means. It's just different. It's a different style of, you know. I would rather lose the game and have a funny conversation than lock in the game and miss out on something and miss a chat message. If that makes sense. And again, that's not to say that the other is, it's not bad. It's just different. It's just a different style, right? And then in turn, my fellow streamers who do that have built an audience that understands that and kind of communicates with it's funny. I watch like, I'm not gonna say who, but I guess it doesn't matter because it's not a bad thing. But like I watch Ventress, for example. Like Ventress, she's not interacting with every single chat message on TikTok or on Twitch the entire game. She's locked the fuck in because she's fucking locked in the game. You know what I mean? But what I find very interesting is her chat talks to each other a lot. They have conversations with each other. We don't. You guys chat with me and then kind of chat with each other, but it's with me. It's actually so funny when I watch like Ventress, or I watch either or Happy or like other or not even Fortnite streamers either, but like bigger streamers too. I watch some Minecraft streamers who do this too. The chat actually talks, they communicate amongst themselves. And I feel like we don't do that. That doesn't happen here. I'm always like I'm so fascinated by it. Actually, I'm so fascinated by it. I'm like actually honestly most streamers. Um, I think sometimes it does, Nicole. I think it depends on the streamer. I mean, obviously, some set it up so that like your chat message is read out loud for like a galaxy or some shit. Um, I love that. Hell yeah, yeah. And like that's the thing is like I've always built that, and like eventually will I be able to read every chat message? And do I read every chat message? No, I mean I can't feasibly. Right now we're at a space where we're at a level where I can read every chat message. Um, and do I think sometimes that stints my and you want to know the honest truth? I actually do think that stints my growth sometimes. And I know that's crazy to say for my stream specifically, on TikTok very specifically. I do think it actually holds back my growth more than helps it. I know it's wild. I know that's wild to say. You'd be like, wait, but how, Vinny, you're interacting with the chat? But you have to understand when I'm not interacting with the chat dies, and it's not a bad thing. I don't mind. I love that. But the reality of the situation is like, people aren't communicating with each other most of the time. You know, it does set me apart. It does, right? But in terms of like being able to consistently have that chat moving all the time, it doesn't exist here as much, right? I think other streamers have chats who are of my size have chats that move a lot faster than mine do. Like we sometimes when I'm like locked in on a round, we'll still have 200 viewers on Twitch, but it'll be like a solid 2 minutes before somebody sends a chat message, you know? And again, that's not a bad, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it is something that I do notice, right? That chat, that's why sometimes I'll be like, hey, Twitch, are you still here? Like I get nervous sometimes when I'm like, hey, Twitch, can you guys sound off if you're still here? Because I'm actually like, did I crash? Because it'll go so quiet for a minute if I'm like locked in on something. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course, of course. And I never want people to fight that. And I'm not saying like me being interactive with you guys is a bad thing. It's just that the communication is between us and it's less like the chat exists of its own. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, the chat exists in their own, which is okay, which is fine. Um You start gaming? Yeah, I just get nervous because I'm like, oh shit. Mostly when I say, are you guys here? It's because I'm like legit like, oh fuck, did I crash? Because usually what happens is the chat will go blank and I'm like, oh my God, I crashed and I had no idea. So that's why I literally ask sometimes because I'm like, did I crash? I'm like, oh shit, you know? I've been sipping from an empty water bottle for the past 5 minutes here. This is my background noise. Yeah. And again, like that's and it's not a bad, neither is a bad thing, neither is a wrong thing. I love that. That's why I've built my community around the interactivity, but it is also a thing that exists where it's like sometimes streams chats, especially on TikTok, because chatting matters. Chatting pushes things out in the algorithm. Constant chat does help a lot when communities are interacting with each other. And that's not me saying right now, like, guys, start chatting with each other, bitches. But I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm able to recognize that our community is different than most. In most of the streamers I watch, actually. It's very funny. It's very funny. Like, it's very funny, weirdly. I could, and it's not even one specific streamer. Like any streamer I have that has probably over 100 viewers, I will go in there and the chat is talking to each other, and then the streamer will sometimes commentate on what's happening with the chat, or like will pull a chat message out. Where I feel like with us, it's like you guys are like talking with me, and then I'm talking with you, and then sometimes you guys talk to each other, but it's really you guys are talking with me individually. You know what I mean? So that's always something too that I'm thinking about, that I'm like, curious. Chris was like quiet. Yeah. Such a unique space. Yeah. And I love that. Right. And I love that. But I do think also that's why at times I get a lot of messages. If I don't read a message, they're like, you ignored my message. Like, how many times a day do I get sometimes a chat message where it's like, where it's one of our regulars and you guys are like, you ignored my message. And I'm like, fuck, I'm sorry, I missed it. Half the time I miss it. I'm like, oh shit. You know what I mean? And so I always go to, it's always just very funny and interesting where I'm like, oh, I'm guilty. Sorry. It's a very funny thing. It happens more on TikTok than it does on Twitch per se. Um, Mostly on TikTok it happens, but on Twitch it happens sometimes, but mostly on TikTok it happens. So it's just a very like it's also, but that's also I think part of it too. I don't even know where we're at this point, what we're talking about. I feel like we've been on the same, we keep circling the same ideas every couple of minutes here, but I don't know. Yeah, you'll know if I ignore it because I'll look and then I'll look away. Are we in a loop? We're kind of in a loop. We're in a little bit of a loop. That's okay though. That's okay. I'll leave it at horse. Should we circle back? Yeah. We're in a loop. Eventually I'm going to circle back being like, and guys, the reason that my content's not doing well is because I'm not able to find a passion. Like, how many times have I said that today, this stream? I kill myself sometimes with my own shit that I say. I like that you notice those things though. Yeah, I mean that's the no way. Let's delve into that. let's talk about that more actually. But like that's the shit I know. You know what I mean? And that's what I've discovered works and doesn't. I'd sell my left lip to see you try GeoGuessr. Okay, I've tried GeoGuessr to me, girl. I would never do well. I'd be like, what's happening? Left lip is so funny. On some real shit, you're gonna through a creator canon event. Yeah, I mean this is all kind of normal. Say bye to that left lip, then, girl. This is all. I mean, this is all kind of normal shit. I also think I've been circling this idea, what we're talking about right now in the stream. Obviously, we've talked about this. I think what originally I thought it was is I was burnt out on Fortnite and I was burnt out on Minecraft and I was burnt out on gaming. And I actually think what it is I'm not burnt out on those games or even burnt out on gaming in general. I'm just not able to create the new stuff that I want to create and find success in it. And that's what's burning me out. And so the other stuff that we do, that's the most important things, that's our bread and butter, I'm struggling to like do my fully and authentically because of this other thing. And I feel like for the longest time, I was like, I'm burnt out on Fortnite. I don't want to be a Fortnite creator. I don't want to be a Minecraft creator. I don't want to be a Sims creator. I don't want to be that. And it's like, no, it was never that. It's never that I was burnt out on those things. It's that I just I have not figured out how to be able to create the other things that I want to create at the same time that we're doing what we're doing. Because I still love those games and love to do those games. And that's why we play them on stream. But I just have not been able to like make that connection, Winging it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh, yeah. And we can blame it all on Ronald. Exactly. And that's the message to end with. I think it's easy to say, do what you want. Yeah. I mean, always. Always, But also, I've come to accept that I'm never going to please everybody, right? I've come to accept that. I struggle with that for probably up until about maybe a couple months ago. I struggle with that. I struggled a lot with people coming in being like, you guys know, I used to crash, and some of you I probably crashed out on to your face when you guys were like, oh, no Fortnite, oh, no Minecraft, oh, no this. And I'd be like, I don't want to do, you know what I mean? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to please everybody. There are days where I'm just not going to be able to do it. And that's okay, And so now I don't crash out as much. Because I'm just like, nah, not today, You know what I mean? Where it used to be, I used to get really upset by it. Sometimes, yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Oh my God, me. The only time I crash out on it now is when somebody asks when I'm like literally like in the middle of an intense moment and I'm like, context, babes, context. And here's what I'll say. And here's what I'll say about that, actually. And this is also what I need to start being more comfortable with. I think people ask questions not expecting to get a response in my stream always. Or at least when they're like, no Fortnite today, or is there Fortnite today? Is there whatever today? I actually, and I think because I'm so interactive with chat, and I'm like, this is a terrible time for you to ask that. When in reality, I think they're probably just asking chat in general. That's also something. You know what I mean? That I need to be better about and be like, actually, I don't have to answer that question. Like that's happened to me before. LOL. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've crashed out on you guys. Listen, it's a rite of passage to get crashed out on by me. Okay. It's a rite of passage in this goddamn community. All right. Self aware queen. It's a rite of passage these days. But no. I don't know. Sometimes and then immediately I always regret my crash out. That's the other thing I hate as a creator that I do sometimes is when I do crash out when somebody asks a question. I immediately feel bad. I immediately feel bad about it, usually. Unless it's a troll, but if it's somebody that's a community member, I always immediately feel bad about it. I'm always like, fuck, why did I do that, Vinny? Yeah, yeah, it really is like for regular community members, you're like, okay, whatever, you know. You got on me for audio and I was scared. Yeah. This is my therapy session. That's the but I am a people pleaser. That's my cancer. Not that I have cancer, but I'm a cancer. That's my people pleaser personality in general. And that like I have my rising is in Gemini, so I get very moody, and then I have my fucking and then immediately I'm like, oh my god, wait, did I piss somebody off? Are they gonna leave? I'm like, you know what I mean. Sure, Lace. Thank you for what the fuck? You're following me now for the first time? Oh, get out of here. Boo. I'm gawking down a baked potato right now. Gawking? What is that? But trust you will be dealt with. It was like my father. Yeah. No, usually I sass in. The only time I usually sass is when I'm like, and it's my own fault because I ask you guys. Usually when I ask about the only time I really sass community members, I feel like is when I ask about a game. And then you guys are like, and somebody says something, I see like a million messages and I pick one out and I'm like, when it's like either Minecraft or Fortnite, you know, and as if the answer is going to be anything different. So that reference, I get it, Emmy. As if the answer is going to be anything other than those two games. You know what I mean? As if I should expect anything else. And that's okay. Oh yeah, do they really? I think I haven't even opened that in years, but I don't even know if I installed. So no for today. See, but now when somebody asks it, I try to be like, no, it's okay, you know. You know what I mean? Because I also think too, like I think about it based off of other streamers' chats now. When they go in and they're like, is he playing are you playing Fortnite today? A lot of times it's them asking the chat and they want the chat to respond. Yeah, or when I crash out when somebody like I feel bad about that one girl the other day I crashed out on. Lace, thank you for subbing. What was it? Friday about the shotgun thing and they were like noted. I felt like a dick afterwards. I was like, God, felt so I'm sure she's never coming back here to the stream, but I did feel so bad. I felt awful. I felt so bad afterwards. And I always feel so bad. I always feel so bad afterwards. Cause I'm like, you guys are just trying to like, I don't know. Because half of the time you guys don't think I'm gonna fucking like most of the time if you're a new viewer, you don't think I'm gonna respond to you guys. And then I'm like, I don't want your fucking opinion. Oh, on Friday I died and everybody in the chat was like giving me a lot of new people in the chat who I knew were new viewers on Friday were giving me like suggestions on. I did backtrack that one though. Yeah. were giving me suggestions, and I was like, if I wanted your suggestion, I would have asked. Like, I literally like snapped at them, and they were like, noted. And I was like, yeah, she's never coming back here again. I was like, she's never coming back to the stream again. I felt so bad. Immediately, I was like, damn. Stop with the vertical team. Yeah, because I got like a million comments on it. I know. I might start crying. I know. Literally. Business movie. Yeah, it was funny because the thing is, I get like all the messages on TikTok, and then of course it's like one person on Twitch who like gives me a suggestion, and that's the one I crash out on, and I'm like, okay, well, Vinny, slow your goddamn roll. I literally wrote a note for myself for the next stream in my notepad. Wait, what did I write? I said, you can be frustrated, but be kind to everyone, Vinny. No crash outs. I literally have a notepad note. Oh, because I felt so bad. I was like, oh, Ash with the critic man. Yeah. Oh, bless you. I did. I felt so bad when she said noted. I was like, God, I'm a dick. I felt so bad. I really did. I hope she comes back one day and I can apologize properly. I love her crashes because they're so real, especially as someone I know. I was like, God, I really crashed out hard there. Oh my God, I would have cried. I know. And I like, I don't know. I always feel bad. I'm always like, oh. Or like when my audio, the one thing I hate, and I just need to not respond to, that's my thing that I need to learn is like, I don't have to respond to every message, guys. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make is like, a lot of people don't expect me to respond to every message if you're a new viewer. And then I do, and they're like, what the fuck? Nah, I don't care that much, Laura. I mean, I care, but I'm not that big of a people pleaser. It's too much to do that, you know? But the number one thing is like when I'm having audio issues on stream and everyone's like, there's an echo. And I'm like, I fucking know. I'm like, I'm actively working on it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I like crash out. I'm like, okay, everyone's just trying to tell me what's going on. I'll sit back. I know, I struggle with it. I'm a people pleaser. I like to read every message. So anyways, all of that to say, I'm like, yes, or I'm like, guys, I'm not going to answer a question for the next 5 minutes. Like, I love you all, but I can't answer a question. Because then also sometimes when people will come in and be like, ask 50 questions in a row, and I'm like, I can't answer a question right now. And this one we have some lookers. I know. Guys, I know the catch-22 that I'm doing here. Social security video. I know. I'm thinking. I'm like, I can't. Listen, I get what I've built. I get what I've done. So I think that's also part of it too. Really steps to finding your passion. All of that to say, Ronald Reagan. I'm a 5-minute timeouts. Yeah. It's like, I just need to like actually not look at chat when I'm like about to crash out. Yeah, when everyone's asking, yeah. And like everybody's asking because they want, and most of the time they're just asking and then they want somebody in chat to respond. And then I'm like, okay, I don't need to answer 45 times. I'm like, I don't need to answer this question 45 times. You know, I don't. Though, can I play ones I just ignore from now on? When you playing Animal Crossing again, I'm gonna throw myself out the window. Over and over. Yeah. No. Or doing follower games today. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, TikTok chat's always crazy. Can you buy me skin? Can I play? Yeah, those ones I just stopped. Those ones I will say I've stopped responding to those ones. You know what I mean? Because those ones I'm just like, bye, you know? But I'm like, I need to just stop like, I don't have to talk to you guys 24/7. I don't have to. I don't. I don't have to read every single message. I don't. You know, the demure alert. No, I haven't taken away any alerts. I need to do that. Sometimes it's just so obvious when the comment comes. Yeah. Usually it's a child. Usually. But I'm needy. Yeah. I just need to be like more. I don't know. I need to train us a little, train myself, actually. Yeah, I'm ignoring you. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, guys. There is every single message I read. So if I don't respond to it, it's either A, it's filtered and I don't see it, or two, I'm choosing not to respond to it. Read my message tree right over you. Immediately reads it during the literally every time I have a crash out, I'm like, I'm not reading chat, and then I see chat and I'm like, and I'm like, the flames go off in my brain. And another thing, noted. I feel so bad. That girl she's like, fuck that guy. I'm shocked I haven't had a clip made about me being like, this guy's a dick. Have you ever been to New Zealand? No, I have not. Do you remember when I was in the stream 4 months ago? Oh, so fuck me then. Yeah. Every time we crash out, we all just say noted. Honestly, that's what you guys should do. It'll just clock me immediately. I'll be like, okay. Do other streamers have crash outs like I do? Or is it just me, guys? Sometimes I'm like, am I the only person who crashes out on stream? I'm like, am I the only person? I'm like, oh, fuck. Please don't let me be the only person out there. We need a noted emote. So I was trying to switch from this streamer. Yeah. Inside joke in this community, truly. Do you want me to lie? Yes. Lie and say yes. They're more media trained. Okay, damn. You are nothing in comparison. I only watch 2 other girls. Yeah, I know a lot of you don't watch a lot of the streamers. I remember video editor. That's the thing but that's my problem is because I respond to every chat message. They don't crash out because they don't respond to the chat message. That's the problem. No, I've never seen Ventures crash out during her sub nights. Does she? That's good to know. I want to know. I want to know because I want to feel like it's normal. Let me guess. Wow. Community games. Oh, yeah. I see Hassan pulled messages out. I love that, Cassie. Well, this has been enlightening. I'm like, Sometimes I will go to a streamer's chat and be like, please let them crash out so I feel like I'm not alone. Like, please let them crash out on a chatter for something random so I know I'm not alone. Okay, that's actually so good to know. But I don't know if I could make it. You have a lot of patience with people. Yeah. I always end up feeling like I accidentally crash out because you guys know not to say anything. Most of you guys do. So it always ends up being on somebody new. And that's when I always feel like a dick because like with you guys, if I crash out on you, I'm like, okay, whatever, deal with it. But like if it's somebody new, I'm like, oh, my bad. The worst was one time I was live and I watched someone unfollow me actively for crashing out on them. It was when everybody was saying echo in the chat. And I was like, I fucking know. I was like, give me a goddamn minute. And I literally watched my follow count go down 1. And then I clicked on somebody's profile that did say echo and it said, usually it'll say follow back if you're following me. And it just said follow. I was like, oh, she unfollowed. Yes, I'm like, guys, I know I'm lagging. I'm like, holy fuck. It's lagging and he'll do it again. Follow for his SU bestie. You guys, noted. You guys are clocking me right now. Holy shit. Anyone else echo? Noted. Not gonna lie, my boyfriend can hear the stream and he's chuckling. That's so funny. I just shut my mouth when you start buffering. You're like, don't say a word. You're like, don't say a word. Don't say a word. That used to be, oh my God, throwback. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Holy shit. Then chat goes silent. You're like, hello? I'm like, yeah. It's like, is anybody there? And they're like, we're too scared. We're scared of you. Guys, I'm abusive is what basically what you're telling me right now is I'm abusive. Like you're petrified to speak up when I'm having an issue. Crickets under the chat. You're like the Gordon Ramsay in my Hell's Kitchen. I like to think of my crash outs as like the sassy gay best friend who gets mad at you. But then sometimes I go a little too hard and I'm like, well, okay. It's just like my dad. I'm like, well, maybe oopsies. Oopsies. See, the thing for me, what happens is I've learned this about myself, is I literally, I will start seeing the messages and it's like it makes it 10 times worse. The problem. It exacerbates even though the problem is not a big deal. Like for some reason, my brain automatically is like red hot and I'm like, oh my God. And so I just need to like literally, I have to like physically be like, look away. Look away. My favorite thing though is the mods the thing I love the most though is the mods immediately all typing the same messages at the same time saying, we are having tech issues, let him figure it out, and pinning the message. Immediately. I love that. I know. That's Laura was stream saving you. I know. Like immediately the mods are like pinning the message, like ready to go. Vinny knows. Hang tight, everyone. Hang tight. It's like, Dad's gonna be okay. Jesus. But I was like, it's okay, stop commenting. It's so funny. They have it ready on speed dial. On speed dial. Hang tight for us is like corporate equivalent of low hanging fruit. Literally. Hang tight. I promise it's not that scary. I promise. Modding is, I literally don't even say anything half the time. Vinny lashes the mods. I really don't even, I feel like the mods and I don't really chat that much with the mods. I have made it a very, very, okay, so this is a long story, but I made it a very, very important part of my streaming career. As much as I love our mods and I love the team and I love everybody, okay, there's dogs barking outside. I got nervous. I very much choose to keep it separate and that I'm not like, you know how like some streamers are friends with their mods and are very close with their mods. I don't do that. Because I did do that when I started and it was not good. It was not good. So I said, well, no. So now I quite literally do not. Like, we have a mod chat, but it literally the only conversation that happens in that mod chat is like, if I make an announcement, sometimes we'll do like, how's everybody doing? That's it. You know what I mean? Like there is no other, like there is none. And I do that very purposefully. Because I think it's so we're, yeah. And to be honest, like I used to do that. I used to like, you know, we dish and goss and like talk. And I'm like, actually, this is not healthy. Because at the end of the day, this is my job. And you guys and the mods are volunteering, right? So there's like a weird thing there too, you know? And so I was like, no, I need to cut that off. And so I became, and to some people don't like that. Some of the mods did not like that. I was like, actually, I'm not gonna, like, it's just business as usual. Some did like it, but that's how I roll. That's how I roll now. That's how I roll. I do it very purposefully. The only thing that the mods get is I do a raffle every month where they get two people get $50 gift cards to say thank you. That's what I do. And we put a name and spin the wheel, and that's it. And that's it. And that's all I do with it. Because otherwise, there was, yeah. We also had like, we used to have like admins and mods, so the admins had like this weird power dynamic over the moderators, and like, hi Francisco. It was a very unhealthy thing, and it got kind of negative. It was never good. It was never good. And you know, everybody loves drama, so everyone wanted to create drama, and I'm like, nope, we don't have that here. Quite literally, I don't think there's any drama with mods, because quite literally there is none to have, because no one says anything. Nobody says anything. Like, we literally, you guys clock it. We have a channel that's called In and Out, and you guys say, I'm in on TikTok, and you guys just like help out when you can, and then I'm out on TikTok, and that's it. You know? Yeah, Maddie, there's it never is good. We used to have it and it was bad. No strays in the chat. Yeah, nothing. Literally, there quite literally is nothing. Like, I would show you guys the staff chat, because I'm not even embarrassed. Like, there's nothing hiding in there other than random conversations every once in a while, you know? And people being like, should I ban this person? Is this someone that I should have muted? Or like, what do we do here? You know, that's literally it. 3 mods, yeah. But I built that very intentionally, because I at first was like very buddy with all the mods, and I was like, actually dangerous. So if you're a streamer, think about that long run, I guess. I don't know. Drama free is stress free. Yeah, guys, there used to be way too much. I mean, there are like a million streamers I can name that had drama with their mods, and I had it too. It became very much high school. Noted. What do you think about streamers modding their biggest gifters? They just want money. Is that crazy? If you're modding someone as a way to like reward, then you're not. Modding is not meant to be a reward. I think that's like a misconception among streamers, is like modding is meant to be a reward, when in reality, yeah, literally, Ash. When in reality, the modding is like just helping out with the community, and like doing more to help out, you know. And we used to be like, I used to try and run things more strictly. Like, I try to be like, we need to have mods in all the time. We need to have like this, and I'm like, no, this is stupid, you know. Yeah, and like here, that ain't the case. I'll call out a mod when they're wrong in front of everybody. I don't give a fuck. I'll be like, they fucked up. They accidentally muted you. I'm like, yeah, no, they shouldn't have done that. Before they modded for, yeah. I'm like, there's no special treatment. I quite literally never type at the Discord in general, but I never do it anyways. Yeah, I will literally be like, we don't need to do that ban. Like, we just don't, you know. All the same level of punching. Exactly. All the same level of punching bag here. There is no difference. No difference there. Period. Left and right center. Yeah. No, there quite literally is not. I'm like looking right now at like the chat right now. Like, there's nothing. Just being like, I'm here, and then in and out. We have a stream attendance every day. That's it. The people say yes. We have an absence thread if people have to like be like, I'm away for a while, you know. Yeah, we have an application. You have to like fill out an application. I wrote an application for it. Because we had some people fill out applications that are like, I'm gonna do these crazy things, and I was like, no, you're not. But we also have like 40 mods, so we have a ton. But I purposefully have a ton because it's not like it's a special reward. It's just community members who can help me take care of the fucking trolls and do guessing games. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the mods are. It's not like it's like a, you know, a crazy thing. Hi, Megan. It's not like it's, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, they do the guessing games, they help with the predictions, and they do fucking, you know, muting and banning. Yeah. I'll be real, guys. I wouldn't want to be a mod for a streamer. That's why I love our mods. And then I felt bad because I felt like I wasn't rewarding them, so that's why I do the $50 gift card, because I was like, well, I got to do something. So we do at least I can do a little something, but that's it. But that's it. That's it. What were we talking about before that? I don't even know. Show up in my comments. Yeah. Well, actual money. Yeah. You know. And I'll sometimes ping in the Discord, be like, we need TikTok mods. Please come help. And then some people were like, I'm on my way. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, it's fine, y'all. I just need somebody for a few minutes. No, we love the mods. We do. We do. I think we're talking about Ronald Reagan. And we're circling back about passions too, right? Noted. What is this stream? Oh my God. We've been live for 4.5 hours. What the fuck? That's crazy. Hi, anybody. Welcome back. Oh my God. That literally was me the other night. So we're twinning. Ronald Reagan is my passion. Always here, so I might as well. Yeah. We haven't really delved into that, actually. Everything circles back there. Oh, baby, that's so noted. My God. Hold on, wait. I have 1,000 notifications on my phone right now. Hold on. I'm looking at my shit. Oh my God, are you ignoring us? Yes. Hold on, I actually have to send an email. Give me a second. Give me a second, actually. Give me a second. Why are we looking at shit? Look at, I'm sending a text that I had to send. Hold your damn horses. Hold your damn horses, okay? Yeah, literally when I go to heat up my lunch, everyone's like, where is he? Where is he? I'm like, girl, I'm taking a piss. Girl, I'm taking a piss. What do you think? This is what we're talking to ourselves. Yeah, this is what you guys are supposed to lock the fuck in. Anyways. Guys, what do I eat for dinner? Guys, are you still here at McDick or something? What do I eat for dinner? So, no Minecraft? I'm kidding. So, no head? Well, if we get the sub goal, I'll do head. No, I'm kidding. Oh, Lord have mercy. Yo, what? Sub. The children yearn for the mines. I actually was thinking about, I think I have an SMP starting, guys, on Minecraft. So no ball guys. With some, I have some folks. I'm in a thing now. I'm working on it. I wasn't going to tell you guys. I was going to wait, but I am working on it. It is happening, possibly. It's underway. It's underway. With some pretty cool people, actually. Girl, what is? Literally what I just said. Are you listening? The Minecraft SMP. Can I play? Any viewer games? Oh. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Guys, I don't think I have anything more to say. Should we end stream here? I feel like we've circled the same boat 18 times. No. Oh, sorry. Noted. So no stream. You got 1 hour. Keep it up. Yeah, but I'm kind of tired. I also was planning an early stream. I wasn't planning to go for a full 5 hours. Today's a Sunday. It's a chill day. But we had fun. I'm thinking about staying on. I don't know. Yeah, we're chilling. Girl, this is chapter 1. Anyways, Ronald Reagan. I was looking at my work done. You care about my productivity? Okay. Could we do Pokemon tier list? Girl, you're the only one who wants that. Previous subs are like you and friends. It's for me and some friends, I think. I'm in a server now with a couple creators that I think we're going to try and put something together. I think. And one of the people who is in the server, I'm just going to say it. It's the person who crocheted. It's the girl who crocheted queso and sent it to queso. She's one of the people that might be in the SMP with me. I don't know if I should say that, but that's one of the people that I have. Oh, damn. Yeah. Give us an unpopular opinion. What's an SMP? Oh, God, Google. Lizard, thank you for the follow. Crochet Ginger, yeah. I don't know if she's gonna play. She's just in the chat. We were talking about it last night. So we were talking. What are your go-tos to avoid vocal strain? This is tea, but it's my training from. I paid $80,000 to learn this shit. Nebulizer, not nebulizer, steamer. I have a voice steamer that I do. Usually twice a week, 3 times a week. I also learned how to talk on voice, which is something you have to learn. And you're like, what does on voice mean? It means actually knowing how to use your diaphragm to speak. Because a lot of people, I can't do it anymore, but a lot of people, I can't do it anymore, so I'm not going to try and do it. But a lot of people survive multiplayer. Yeah, it's a big multiplayer server, basically. A lot of people will speak on their vocal fry. Like I can't do it anymore, but people like will speak wrong and speak like with like a vocal fry. That as well. If you talk more in the back of your throat than on your voice. So like you see, I'm talking like this is how a lot of people talk, and they think they're supposed to talk like this. I'm talking on my voice. So I'm on voice right now, but you can also talk not on voice. And I'm like speaking in the back of my throat. Like I sound weird, obviously, but like that's how some people talk. I'm talking on voice. So I never usually, unless I am sick, I never have vocal strain. We learned that in choir. Yeah, it's something you learn. It's something you learn. It's about aligning with your diaphragm. And so now I know how to talk on voice. You have me talking to myself right now. That's so funny. How do I know if I'm not on voice? I don't know how to describe that. That is hard for me to describe. We learned it in college, in which my teacher came and like felt our diaphragm physically. And was like, you're not speaking on voice. Like, cause you can, there's a certain way that your larynx, it's your larynx. Okay. So here we go. So this thing right here, like your Adam's apple, if you're a man in Adam's apple or whatever, it's called your larynx. So if you're not speaking on voice, your larynx will rise much higher than where it is at its normal resting. So like when I'm not speaking at voice, my larynx is up here. It's like up here right now. If it's me when I'm on voice, it's at its regular resting spot. So like your larynx has like its regular neutral spot when you're not speaking. And your goal as a singer and as a performer is to have your larynx be as normal and relaxed as possible. That's why if you're singing and you're like, you crack on notes or you can't sing high notes, you should feel where your larynx is when you are singing. If you're a singer and you're like, I can't hit that note. Oh my God. Feel where, if your larynx is like all the way up, feels like it's all the way up here, then girl, you just have too much tension. Or if it's too low, you just have too much tension. It's all a tension thing. And that's how you know. Where's your larynx when you're sucking dick? Yeah, I was waiting for one of you. You shits. Well, actually, it does help with your gag reflex. I won't lie to you. When you learn how to relax your gag reflex or your larynx, your gag reflex gets better. Because there's also okay, so it also is your tongue. Okay, now I'm getting into like the actual thing here. Okay. Yes, you can be taught to sing. Absolutely. Your tongue is a muscle. And just like any other muscle in your body, You can flex it, you can tense it, you can relax it. And so there is a resting place for your tongue. Okay. Oh my God. My lips are like crazy. I'm putting way too much chapstick on because I'm not drinking enough water. Naturally, your tongue wants to sit at the edge of your teeth, right? And on the roof of your mouth. Okay. But a lot of people will have when they're singing, will have their tongue way too far back and your palate so it's called your palate. Your palate is raised. So the back of your tongue is like, it looks like this. You will have your palate raised, and that's not what you want to do. You want to have your palate regular. When you have your palate raised, one, your gag reflex is worse, gays or women, I guess. I forget women suck dick too. and then also it stresses your singing. Both. All of the above. All of the above. So when you learn to relax your palate and your larynx, you can take things further back. But that's how it works. I mean, that is actually true. We'll be using this device for later. Well, I'm glad I was able to teach something today. Now, this is content, honey. Is this music or sex ed class? They kind of end up being the same thing at the end of the day. I'm kidding. Vocal coach reacts to new Cat's Eye song. Oh my God. By the way, all those vocal coaches online are scams. The ones that are on TikTok being like, she's raising her, they're scams. So this is why Josh Gerber wanted you. Yeah. Now put a condom on a banana. How does Zesty, the vocal and deep throat coach. Yeah, that's my new tagline. That's my new tagline, guys. Raise your ya, ya, ya. Yeah, the ya, ya, ya shit's so stupid. So stupid. The real tea with vocal warm-ups is you just are trying to like actually, one, stretching out your tongue. I also do tongue warm-ups. I know that sounds crazy, but I stretch my tongue every day. I do. On what? Okay. Just by like, I do that like every morning. My tongue is dry, so I don't want to right now because I have no water. New podcast name. Okay. Clip it. Your tongue actually is very, I mean, did any of you watch that episode of The Pit, by the way, where they like had to stitch her tongue, but they pulled her tongue way down and clipped it? Do you remember? Yeah. That's because your tongue actually is so, like, it is actually a very long muscle. Like, I don't think people realize that. Your tongue is actually like, a lot of your tongue just sits in the back of your throat, but it's a very long muscle. Yeah, you can train yourself to touch your nose with it. I can't do it. I've tried. I can't. It's on HBO Max. But yeah, the tongue is actually crazy. Some more testing. Exactly. Can you twist it? I can't do anything special. I have a very flat my tongue is very flat. That's the one thing my vocal teachers always said. My voice coaches were always like, your tongue is so flat. And I was like, okay, thanks. Tongues are weird though, yeah. But if you have tension in your tongue and your larynx, that's when you struggle to sing. That's what singers struggle with the most. Can we see? No. I mean, you can't really tell from here. You'd have to be up close watching me sing. Usually you see it when I perform. But yeah, it's like you have to use your diaphragm and your larynx. Like, I know when I'm on voice and I know when I'm not on voice because I am constant. If you're breathing incorrectly too. So you want to breathe from your diaphragm. Sorry, now I'm like in my vocal coach era, or what I learned in college. But like, if you breathe and your breaths are coming from here and it's actually your chest that's breathing, you're breathing wrong. You're breathing wrong. Your chest should never inflate like that, like crazy, if you're breathing. It should always be in your diaphragm and your lower body here. If you're breathing and it's like this, you're not breathing correctly. So karaoke time? No. Breathing tutorial is engage your gag reflex. But it's true. I mean, that's true. It is true. I'm not lying to you. Exactly. Usually when you're having a panic attack, you're actually not breathing deeply and you're breathing it's shallow breath. You're breathing like from up here. You're like not actually getting a deep breath. But like when you are breathing from your diaphragm, it is happening here. Because your diaphragm is like it like pulls down. It's like a whoop. So when you know how to do it, and then you have to access your pelvic floor. Guys, there's so much shit, okay? There's a lot. I took a whole fucking college course on this shit. Yeah, yep, you're using your accessory muscles. Let's give me a wrinkle. Yeah. No, I know. But that's how when I had panic attacks, I was able to actually calm myself out of panic attacks because I knew how to diaphragm breathe. The pelvic floor, that's wild. You have a pelvic floor. It's about literally aligning your pelvis. It's not dirty. It's aligning your pelvis. Okay. So you have the way that and that's how you stand neutral. But like that also helps with it's all, the funny thing is your voice is all connected. It's your whole body all the way through. Kegels on stream. Girl, if you're not doing Kegels all the time, what are you doing? You're not practicing safety. Okay. Singing us like we're meant to know. I know. We quite literally used to, when I was in college, guys, there was a whole day where all we did was lay flat on the floor and align our pelvis. If somebody ever walked into my college and watched, they probably think we were all just humping the floor for fun. But like quite literally what we were doing was aligning our pelvis and learning how to align our pelvis. And I paid probably $4,000 for that class. Went to Freaky University. Yeah. And some of you were. Some of us were. Since having your baby? Yeah. I'm telling you guys, I thought I understood how my body worked. I am quite literally telling you, until I like actually learned what my pelvic floor was, learned how to actually breathe, I was like, oh, I actually don't know how my body exists. Like, it's actually crazy how your body, unless you know how to do it properly, you naturally, your body, you learn like different ways and it's incorrect. It's actually kind of like, I tell you, you'd probably have less soreness if you're sore a lot, if you have back pain a lot. It has to do everything with your pelvic floor, has to do with your diaphragm. If you feel like you're breathing all the time, men have a pelvic floor, they do. Everyone has a pelvic. I mean, you have a pelvis, so everything is aligned. Yeah. It all works as one. But that's why I can stand for long periods of time and be like, okay. Because you learn how to stand neutrally. I'm not going to show you how to do the pelvis floor because I would literally have to like grind the air. But like, it's about aligning your hips with your... I'm not doing it on stream for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. Okay. Oh. Go ahead. No. We're waiting. Give me the fucking sub goal and then we'll do it. And then I'll grind the fucking air if you want me to. Off topic, did you eat something already? I ate before stream. I should probably eat soon. If we're going to keep going. Is this the Kama Sutra? It's behind a paywall. Wait, wait. Oh, we're getting... Oh, no. Guys, I'm getting... You guys probably can't see it. Mods can. Guys, we're getting hate rated, I think. Thankfully, our Sari bot is automatically banning them. I can't believe you... This is how it's escalated? Yeah. It's pretty good. Vinny's price is 21 subs. Wait, how do you have an ad? You're subscribed. Oh, you're not subscribed. Oh, weird. Clocked. Clock that Lace is subbed, but Mallard is not. Hmm. Hmm. They're together, if you didn't know. She's a fake fan. Oh, no, noted. Noted there. Saribot for the win. Yeah, thank you, Saribot. Saribot for the goddamn win. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I've had way too many weirdly hate moments, like Twitch trolls today. We've had way too many Twitch trolls today. We had those the cum guzzler follower or whatever earlier. I know there's a thing. Yeah, if you're not a mod, you wouldn't see it. Nah, we're not playing anything. I think today. I think we've ended up just chatting today, Dominica. I don't know why, but it ended up being a 5-hour stream of me just yapping with y'all. I mean, I'm glad that it's worked out good. I mean, you guys, we've had like 200 people the whole time. It's kind of fun. I don't know what was the thing. Yeah, the reality is, guys. Oh, so no fart. Fuck off. The reality is actually we do get a lot of trolls on Twitch. It's just that Twitch has much better moderation than TikTok does. And so you just don't see it. Unsubbed. You just don't see it. Because auto mod grabs it immediately. Immediately. Where TikTok, it doesn't. But like just a few minutes ago, we had 4 bots drop a crazy. We're working on it, Spider. 4 bots drop very, very racist messages, and it automatically got grabbed. So you guys don't see it, but Automod does. And I guess the moderators did too. That's crazy. Yeah. Yerp. Yeah, I've had a lot of bots in my stream. I think other streamers too have had it, but we've had a lot of bots in my stream lately. It's been kind of weird. We had a lot the other day that were like Fort really being like, great game. Nice job. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? And then today we've had some too. Yeah, that's why. I'm not taking truly. It's very easy to make bots. So I guess people are just making bots on my stream. But the thing is, I don't get the one that's like, I get hate bots. I do get that. Okay. I will say I understand hate bots. That's whatever. That's fine. I don't get the bots that are coming in that are like, nice game. Great play. Like, I don't understand. What are you doing there? You know what I mean? Yeah, there's also some weird bot things happening. It happened in our Discord this morning. Somebody was like posting porn sites, but it was also happening in every other server that I'm in too. On Discord. Oh no, yeah. They were inviting people to it was like a server invite. And when I mean every other server, I'm in a TikTok live gaming server with other with TikTok staff, and that entire thing. Like literally right now, because it's a Sunday, so TikTok staff is not working. There are 10 messages in the general chat that says, "Oh my God, join my cam Discord," and nobody has banned them because nobody else is moderated except for TikTok staff. Except for TikTok staff, and they're not able to and they're all off today because it's Sunday. So there's just like literally right now there's tons of porn in the official TikTok Discord for gamers. For TikTok gamers. Nice game. Oh, noted. Okay. Noted. Mm-hmm. Oh, free upgrade back. It seems they got some because somebody did comment and was like, "Oh, I clocked that. Thank you." But I did tag somebody. I was like, "Hey, might wanna grab that." We had a couple today. We had some. I think it's like a bot thing that's going around specifically on Discord. We literally had one of them posting the exact same server link today. So I was like, oh, okay. Oh, really, right back. Oh, God. I'm dead. Hey, girl, there's porn. It's literally just like, join my site. Or they're just posting a Discord server link to join a Discord. And that server link is actually going to hack your Discord. So, okay, guys. I think we're going to start to wrap up here. This has been fun. Yeah. I deleted. I clocked it this morning. I think we're going to wrap up here, though. It's time to end the loop. Time to end the loop. Time for the outro. Yeah. And it's all Ronald Reagan's fault, yes. Well, unfortunately, we did not slay the goals today. Clocked. And we didn't go live on TikTok, so we'll have to do a little craziness tomorrow. But that's okay. That's okay. Tomorrow we'll be live at our normal time. We'll be playing a game. Either Fortnite or Minecraft probably tomorrow. But we did slay Ronald Reagan. Yeah. But thanks for letting me chat. It was a lot of fun. I actually had a great time. It was fun. I feel like we talked about a ton of different things. The yap was fun. We've been live for 5 hours just yapping. We had a lot of good conversation, okay? And all in all, it was Ronald Reagan's fault. Okay. Tomorrow we'll slay the goals as usual and have a good time. Go check out the new Pokemon video I posted. Go repost it. Girl, if I was invited to the QSMP, I would join it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'd be on that thing in a minute. I'm not special enough. I'm not big enough to be on the QSMP. I would, though. D-Phillips, I'd love to. I'd love to. That'd be so fun. Oh, my God, please. Yeah, I would love to be on the Q. Trust me. If I could, I'd be on there. I'd be on there. Don't you worry. Screw that guy. I'd be on there in a heartbeat. We did. We had a full chit-chat day. We did. We did. Anyways, that's all she wrote. Happy gays. Happy days. Let's go raid someone. Who do we have to raid? Happy gays. Happy days. Ooh. Oh my God. There's actually not a lot of people live today. So many memories, love to chat. Yeah. Furry. Wait, we have to stop for a second. Are you kidding me? 64 fucking months. And none of you are that good. Okay. Holy goddamn moly. 64 months. That's longer than most of any relationship I've ever had. How many years is that, Furry? Oh my God, how many is that? God, I don't even know how many years that is. 5 and change. That's literally, I mean, one of my first ever subs. 5 years, 4 months. Literally since I started streaming. Been here since the very beginning. I love it.